here yesterday. I'll briefly introduce our team. To my right is Professor Haeshu Shin from South Korea, and she is presently the deputy, one of the deputy chairpersons of the vice chair of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Thank you. So, and on my left, we have Professor Virginia Dandan from the Philippines, who has been chairperson of that committee for many years and was also a special rapporteur at the Human Rights Council for a number of years on solidarity rights. And and on my extreme left, we have Professor Rosalind Noonan from New Zealand. She is new in this group, so a particularly warm welcome. And oh yes, by the way, my name is Ibe Riedel. I'm Professor of International Law, European Law, and Comparative Public Law. Thank you very much. And I was on that committee for 15 years, so all of us are working in economic, social, and cultural, and we're grateful to be able to have this exchange with you. I now hand over to you, Ms. Head of the delegation, and to just introduce the government representatives. Thank you.
Dear review members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Qiu Changyue, the Deputy Minister of the Interior. So I'll be leading the delegation of government agencies to discuss issues of great importance to all of us. Present here today are the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Education, the Judicial Yuan, and also the Director General of Budget Accounting and Statistics, the Financial Industry, the Council of Agriculture, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, the Ministry of Technology, the Ministry of Defense, and the Council of Indigenous Peoples, Ministry of Civil Service, Fair Trade Commissions, the Ministry of Transportation and Communications, the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Health and Welfare, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. So these are the agencies present here today, and we'll be very glad to answer all your questions. So once you ask questions, I'll appoint a representative from the government to respond, and I will also try to provide supplementary information. If there's still more information that you need, we'll provide written documents in Chinese and English by the end of today. Once again, thank you very much for chairing this meeting.
Thank you very much. And with this, we go straight into our discussion. And I have on my list Virginia. Oh. Yes, Article 10. While you prepare, if I could just make one more remark, I plan to break for a brief coffee break at 10 o'clock, so or around that time. So because we found yesterday it's a little bit much if we do it without a break. Okay, right. You have the floor, Virginia.
Thank you. Thank you. Ibe, and good morning. Good morning to everyone. It's a rainy day outside, as my grandson wants to say. The plants are taking a bath. All right. Let us focus our attention to the new immigrant families. This is a phenomenon that is relatively new as far as I am concerned. This is my third review, so that's more than a decade that I have been coming here, And while it's not really all that new, there is some growing concern regarding the situation of new immigrant families. Without having to introduce it so much, because we're here to find things out from you and not me to lecture you about them. First, where do these families come from? What would be their countries of origin? That's number one. And you don't need to be very precise in your number because, I'm not sure that you were expected to provide the data. But nevertheless, it would be good to know some kind of a demographic idea. So at least for myself, I can picture in my mind how far they have had to travel to become immigrants here. And are they basically economic immigrants, or are they asylum seekers or refugees? What are their types, or what are the types of new immigrant families that are here? And then it would also be good to find out now what are the, I don't want to use the word, but there's no better word for it. What are the restrictions? Who may not immigrate? And of course, asylum seekers and refugees, it is the duty of states, if they can, to assist them when they seek asylum and they're refugees, for example, from a war-torn country, etc. And then maybe that's a good way to start, just to classify them, and I'm sure I'm going to have follow-up questions with regards to that. But what we're trying to get at here is, what is their situation? Do they have the same benefits as those who are born in Taiwan, for example? And what are the difficulties that the government encounters in this regard if they are not able to provide the same benefits? And Mr. Chair, if you will allow me, I will come back to this issue later on. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. I call upon you to respond.
非常感谢刚
Thank you for your questions. Taiwan is an immigrant society, and so, of course, we have indigenous peoples, and then we also have settlers from China. And in recent years, we can say that in Taiwan, we have a very cosmopolitan society, so there are many people moving to Taiwan from abroad. So I'll give you a very brief overview, and if you need extra information, I'll ask the immigration agency to respond. I think marriage immigrants are the bigger group. So we have about 500,000 to 600,000 marriage immigrants, and there are also the so-called economic immigrants. The number is smaller, about just over 100,000. And in Taiwan, in terms of nationalities, in fact, we welcome all immigrants, regardless of their nationalities. And you also asked about the benefits or the so-called restrictions, or whether there are refugees. Can I ask a representative from the immigration agency to respond? Chairman, dear review members, good morning. Allow me to provide you with additional information. So in March 2022, the number of marriage immigrants totaled about 570,000, and those from China and Hong Kong and Macau about 370,000, so more than 60%, and people from other nationalities, 198,000, mostly from Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia, mainly. In order to help new immigrants in Taiwan, we in fact have a fund, and we have a 300 million in budget to help these families integrate into Taiwanese societies. And one of the assistances is that we have a social security net program before the immigrants are naturalized. If they encounter emergency events, then immigrants and families that encounter problems can still have assistance in Taiwan. Thank you. I would also like to provide more information. So my colleague just talked about marriage immigrants, but in Taiwan, we also have a large number of migrant workers, mainly from Southeast Asia. The number of migrant workers in recent years, I mean, of course, because of our economic development and also our need for long-term care, the number is about 700,000. And if we talk about professionals, we also welcome foreign professionals. So the number is about 30 to 40,000. And there are also foreign students in Taiwan. Every year, there are about 50,000 foreign students, and welcome them to stay in Taiwan to continue to work after school.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the departments on that? Okay, I'll give the floor back to you, Virginia.
We have, I'm sorry, thank you, Chair. We have...
Virginia, your microphone is not on.
Test.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me. It is really important to be able to grasp the situation because we have had reports that there are some difficulties and some new migrant families, new immigrant families. I think that's the better term. I'm now trying to distinguish between those who come here for work, the migrant workers, and those who come here for other reasons. Those are, in my mind, these are what I'm trying to understand. So we have a separate thing, of course, for the migrant workers. We have issues mostly. I don't know if they would stay here on a permanent basis. But for now, I would like us to focus a bit on those who choose to come here to become Taiwanese citizens. Because this is where largely the reports that have reached us are referring to. And these people are supposedly not enjoying the same benefits. Is there a kind of transition period that happens, perhaps, where new immigrants have to go through a kind of a period in order to be able to also enjoy on an equal basis the benefits that are available to native, for lack of a better words, native-born Taiwanese citizens? That's the first question. My second question is, what about their families? Do the children have the same benefits, particularly on the right to health and the right to education, and the right, particularly in education, to have access to their own culture? I'll stop there because I don't want to dump you with so many questions, and then maybe I can pick up from there later, Chair, if you will allow me. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the delegation.
好的。
Thank you for your further questions. So for the first question about difficulties encountered by new immigrants, especially the right to health and right to education, do they enjoy the same benefits as Taiwanese nationals? I will ask the National Immigration Agency to answer. And also, there are many migrant workers coming to Taiwan. As for their protection, right to health, and so on, are they taken care of? For this one, I will ask the Ministry of Labor to answer that. So the immigration agency. So for children of new immigrants, in terms of their education and their living conditions, are they able to have access to their mother tongue? Because these children are the same as children who were born by Taiwanese nationals. In terms of learning their mother tongue, in 2019, the Ministry of Education included learning mother tongues in their curriculum, so they're able to learn their mother tongue in the school. What about the right to health? The right to get national insurance coverage, and also their right to work. The children of new immigrants, in terms of their right to health, Ministry of Health and Welfare provides protection to provide them with this kind of right. For example, when new immigrants are pregnant, they enjoy the same benefits as Taiwanese nationals for prenatal checkups. Ministry of Labor, can you talk about migrant workers? Ladies and gentlemen, for migrant workers in Taiwan, they have the same right to work. They enjoy the same right to labor conditions. They are protected by the Labor Standard Act in terms of their right to health. They enjoy the same benefits as Taiwanese nationals. They enjoy the national health insurance coverage as well as labor insurance. Thank you. Also want to add some information. For all the migrant workers, people who come to Taiwan to work and live, our attitude is that we want to provide easy access to these people. We encourage them to stay in Taiwan to help us to make a contribution. So of course, they will encounter a lot of problems in their daily life. The government proposes a lot of measures to help them, including their right to health and right to education and so on. The government is doing everything we can to help them. Actually, in the review documents that we submitted, we have made a very detailed description. We want to keep them in Taiwan. We want them to be able to come to Taiwan and stay in Taiwan, live Taiwan in a life with with a well-protected life.
Okay, do you want to follow up?
Virginia, your mic.
The green light is on, but yeah. Okay, sorry. Maybe the battery is weak or something. Or maybe my battery is weak. Well, the reason that I am not going to talk about the migrant workers is that we really discussed a lot of the issues that they confront yesterday when we were talking about the right to work. I know that I would like to stop here, but Chair, I would like to be able to return to these new immigrant families when we come to the specific rights that concern them, such as the right to education and maybe even the right to health, particularly the right to participate in cultural life. So I'll stop here. The follow-up questions can be discussed later. I just wanted to sort of give you advance notice. And thank you for your replies. Thank you.
Okay, so we all noticed that you flagged the issue to be taken up later with Article 12 on the right to health and Article 13 on the right to education. Thank you for your answers. And yes, please, Jesus.
Good morning, 大家好. I would like to follow up on this issue of marriage immigrants, because the situation is very similar in Korea as well as in Taiwan. I think it was in 2005 that Taiwan tightened its rules on issuing visa to marriage immigrants. So lots of women, especially from Vietnam, instead of coming to Taiwan, they chose Korea. I think the marriage immigrants in China and Southeast Asia are fluctuating, choosing which country they would go, depending on how the rule applies, etc. So in Korea, we had, since early 1990s, lots of marriage immigrants from China, mainly those who speak Korean language, the ethnic Korean Chinese. And I think lots of Chinese, as you reported, choose Taiwan because of language issues, because you speak same language, So you have lots of marriage immigrants from China, and then Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia. We have nowadays, the most number is from Vietnam. It changed, not from China, but Vietnam, and then Thailand, not Indonesia, maybe Cambodia, Philippines, etc. So I think it's very connected how the regulations and rules in Taiwan and how Korea has, it's very connected. It was like that maybe 10, 20 years ago, Japan. They first went to Japan. So I think we are very well connected. I know the situation very well because I also work as the chair of the board of directors of a human rights NGO in Korea. And we have projects helping marriage immigrants in Vietnam, Thailand, and Philippines. So we have two offices in Vietnam and one office in Bangkok. And the Philippines, we have program. Yeah. So I think the basic problem is balance of power, because these, I think you know very well, these marriage immigrants come to Taiwan or Korea or other countries because they want to escape from their economic situation. Yeah. So, and I would like to ask you whether it is the same, because there is a big age difference, usually 15-year difference. Those who come to Korea is mainly in their early 20s, and then the husband might be 40, 45, sometimes even older. So from the start, it's a unequal marriage in terms of economic power, in terms of language, in terms of the requirement that they have to just adjust to the husband's society, one-sided. So my question is, what are the age difference between, usually the average age difference between Taiwanese men and those who come here as a wife? Yeah. And then I would also like to know, what is the divorce rate? Because many marriages broke out for many reasons. Sometimes women run away. Sometimes the husband, just beat the wife, and then they run away. Or there can be many reasons, abuse by the in-laws, etc. So, what is the percentage of marriage breakout? Because it causes problem when these marriage immigrants go back to their country, whether it's Vietnam, China, or Thailand. Sometimes the child becomes stateless. And it is very difficult when the legal documents is not finished, because Sometimes they don't go through the legal divorce procedure and they don't have the legal documents to start a new life in Vietnam or in other countries. So what is the divorce rate or marriage break rate? And then do you have any problems of these legal issues? And how do you take care of that? So that would be my specific question. And maybe the Immigration Office or Ministry of Justice can answer that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll hand the floor back to you, sir.
好的，谢谢。
Thank you for sharing the Korean experience with us. So there are 3 questions raised by you, and I ask the National Immigration Agency to answer that. Like I say in the beginning, in terms of marriage immigrants, the most people come from China as well as Southeast Asia. And in terms of visa process, are they encountering any difficulties? I will tell you about that. I will ask the National Immigration Agency to answer that. Secondly, you asked about age gap. And then we have some statistics that we can provide you by NIA. Thirdly, after these marriage immigrants come to Taiwan, how high is the divorce rate? And also after the divorce, are they able to continue to stay in Taiwan? And if they have children, how are their rights and benefits protected? And also NIA will answer all of these questions. So please, NIA. For the first question, for the age gap, every 5 years, we will conduct a survey. In earlier surveys, we saw that there was a very obvious age group. However, in recent years, in the surveys told us that their age gap gradually narrowed, and more and more of these couples met each other through not from arranged marriage, but through a free relationship. And then, in order to encourage marriage immigrants to get used to the life in Taiwan. And then we have several embassies in these countries, in Southeast Asian countries. For the marriage immigrants, before they come to Taiwan, we'll provide counseling to them before they come to Taiwan, so they can get to know more about what it's like to live in Taiwan. And also for these 7 foreign offices in Southeast Asian countries, there will be an interview on these marriage immigrants, their family, and then we will issue them the visa so that they will know more about Taiwan before they come. And that means that we provide early consultation to them even before they come to Taiwan. And then as for the divorce rate, we can provide you with accurate statistics after the meeting. Because, of course, in Taiwan, for Taiwanese people, of course, we get divorced as well. And then we have divorce rate statistics. Actually, there's not a big difference between the divorce rate of new immigrant family and the Taiwanese families. And after getting a divorce, if there's a need to take care of their children, and these people can stay in Taiwan. Thank you.
Right, so the National Immigration Agency just responded to the questions, and regarding the statistics, the specific statistics, please provide the statistics to the review members by the end of today. And regarding the reasons why these couples divorced, we actually conducted some research and will provide you with the information as well. Thirdly, after divorce, whether the immigrants can stay in Taiwan or whether their children can stay in Taiwan and how we can take care of them. I'll also provide you with information later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I might just, I'll give the floor back to you in a minute. I would really appreciate, if it is possible at all, to give us that additional information, not this evening, but before that, because we're extremely pressed for time. So the sooner we get it, the more chance it is that it can be taken up in the concluding observations. Okay? I give the floor back to you.
Yeah, thank you for the answers. And it's good to know that now the age gap is narrowing, but can you give me more specific information, like how big the age gap was 10 years ago, and now how many years of age gap? So that's my question now. And then I was referring to the status of wife and children. I was not asking their status while they are here, but rather who goes back without finalizing their legal status, because sometimes they might just escape. They just take children back to Vietnam, for example, or back to China. Then the children have Taiwanese nationality in their sometimes passport, or without passport sometimes, yeah. And then these returnees, returned women and children, cannot start their new life. So my question is whether your embassies or offices in 7 countries, whether they are dealing with these issues or helping out, because otherwise it's very difficult for these women to start a new life. Of course, they left the Taiwanese jurisdiction, but still the children are born between Taiwanese men and these women. So that would be my second question. So the first, what is the age gap from how many years to what years, and then the status of these. Thank you.
Thank you. I hand it back to the delegation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you for the specific question. So, Immigration Agency, please try to provide the statistics by noon today. And also, you mentioned the status of the foreign spouses after divorce and their legal status and how we take care of their children. We, in fact, have a lot of detailed information, and we will not take up your time here, but we'll provide information by 12 today.
Okay, I hand it back to you.
It takes time, yeah. Just one more follow-up question. A lot of problems arise because the children born out of this so-called multicultural family or marriage immigrants, they face difficulties, because they are raised by foreign mothers who also struggle to adjust to Taiwanese society. So in terms of their learning skills at schools might be not as at the same level. Of course, these children are excelling, in some cases. So they need some support, either by the school or by the community center. So I would like to know what kind of policy you have and what kind of program. So, for example, when these marriage immigrants face difficulties, where do they go? Does community center has a section that deal with them, or does it have special center that they go to in every area? So that would be my first question. How do you help out these marriage immigrants when they need help in terms of whatever issues, you know? So that would be my first question. Second question is, of course, the awareness of the Taiwanese society, you know, whether they, because, as I said, because these marriage immigrants are forced to adjust one-sidedly, and whether there are any programs for Taiwanese men. If not, they are from their wives are from China because they speak, I guess, the same language. You know, yeah. But for those marriage immigrants who come from other countries, is there any program for the husbands, Taiwanese husbands or in-laws, to learn the language of their wives or their daughter-in-law or whatever, you know, relationship? Because it should not be one-sided. It should be really, truly, you know, two sides. So are there any program offered for them to learn Vietnamese language or Thai language or Indonesian language if they want to? And then, because I think that affects how you treat these marriage immigrants. So whether you have program to help out these marriage immigrants and children in adjusting and learning, etc., and whether you have any program to help Taiwanese people to get to know them better. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor again.
Thank you. So the first question is about social and educational support for immigrant families and their children. Now, this is within the remit of the Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Health and Welfare. But before this, I'll ask the Immigration Agency to provide information, and then this will be followed by other ministries. Another question is about further integration.
Just add, wondering, is someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs also there?
有，内政部
Yes, yes. In fact, National Immigration Agency is under the Ministry of the Interior, right? So, regarding integration, in Taiwan, we respect diversity and differences. So, I would say that we do not overemphasize integration. So, what we hope is that different languages can also be respected. So you asked about whether Taiwanese husbands or Taiwanese in-laws are willing to learn the languages and cultures of the countries where the spouses are coming from. I think we also have some information. So may I ask the Immigration Agency to respond? Good morning. So regarding assistance for marriage immigrants, we have a fund, the one that I mentioned. So we provide subsidies to 22 local governments, and we have 37 service centers for new immigrant families. So we provide support and assistance for new immigrant families. And this is how we provide them with assistance to help them live in Taiwan. And also in our agency, we have a program that provides counseling. So again, we provide subsidies to local governments to run classes for immigrants. And we hope that we want the new immigrants and their spouses to come together to attend the classes. And we also have Vietnamese, Thai language classes, and we encourage the Taiwanese spouses to learn the languages of their foreign spouses. I think this is a way for them to enhance mutual understanding. And we also want to create a friendly environment where diversity is respected. So in 2011, we designated a day of immigration to celebrate immigration, and this is how we want to further encourage diversity. And we also stress the importance of respect for diversity among our frontline employees. So all our frontline employees have to receive training. Thank you. So in terms of educational support, especially support for immigrant children, can I ask the Ministry of Education to respond? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I come from the Ministry of Education. Thank you for raising the question. And allow me to provide you with information. So regarding the children of immigrant families, I want to share 3 points. So first of all, we have an expert panel consultation group, and we convene regularly to look at the need of such children in order to provide appropriate support. Secondly, regarding these children, sometimes they have had spent time outside of Taiwan, and then they are brought to Taiwan. So there will be some kind of adaptation process. So we actually focus on that too. So we have teachers who were trained to help the children transition from one country to Taiwan. So we have teachers who specifically work on that. And thirdly, for teachers in Taiwan, when children of new immigrant families attend schools in Taiwan, the teachers are also aware of the different cultures. And if these children need to have specific or special teaching materials, we also develop such materials. And we provide subsidies to local governments. So basically, we also provide customized support for these children. Thank you. The Ministry of Health and Welfare, please. Hi, I come from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Allow me to provide you information regarding community support for new immigrant families. So in addition to the service centers that were mentioned earlier, we also have social welfare centers in many places. And regardless of your nationalities, if you have the need, you can have access to the social welfare center. So this is where you seek support or assistance. And if domestic violence is involved, we also provide assistance to address this. And of course, some immigrants may have problem expressing themselves in the Taiwanese languages. We also have interpreters that can help immigrants. So if they require linguistic support, then we have interpreters in place to help them. So I think in Taiwan, the immigrant families, wherever they are from, when their children are born in Taiwan, they are Taiwanese nationals. So there's no difference in that. Now, if the immigrants are abused, then of course this is a very serious issue, and we have to protect their personal safety. And if immigrant families encounter economic difficulties, they can also go to the social welfare centers where there will be social workers to help them. And regarding the children, maybe there are also legal status issues. So we can work with the National Immigration Agency and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to help them gain status.
我们
Well, thank you for all the delegates. And then I would like to add that the issue of new immigrants requires the coordination of various agencies in the government in terms of care provided to them. We have a comprehensive counseling program for these immigrants. And then the Ministry of the Interior is responsible for this. And in the Executive Yuan, there is a coordination committee for new immigrants in Taiwan for problems they encounter in Taiwan, including their safety, economy, health, and so on. We propose solutions to them, aiming to take good care of these new immigrants and their children in Taiwan so that they can live a life in dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the replies, and I will look forward for further detailed statistics that you have promised. I want to raise another issue under Article 10, which we touched very briefly yesterday, and I guess most of you were not here yesterday. My issue is on parental leave, and I don't know who can deal with that issue today. But yesterday we talked about, and then we were informed that now both spouses can request parental leave, which was originally allowed only for one spouse. But usually around the world, and then from the information in your report also, compared to women, there is very little number of men who take parental leave because of the society's perception that it is women who should take care of the child. Yeah, so the trend has been that in order for men to take the parental leave, in addition to parental leave for both parents, some countries, and now it's increasing, many more countries are providing fathers-only leave so that men take care of men have the experience of taking care of the child, and then if that is not used, that just disappears, so that it is an incentive for men to take part in childcare and then have experience. So does Taiwan have that kind of exclusive parental leave for fathers only? Or if you don't have you been contemplating to introduce one? So that would be my question. Thank you.
Okay, please.
好的，这个问题是
So I will have the Ministry of Civil Service and the Ministry of Labor to answer that. So I'll have the Ministry of Civil Service to answer that. I'm from the Ministry of Civil Service. For public servants, if they're going to take a leave, and because of Gender Equality Employment Act, when civil servants are taking a leave, it's regardless of their sexes. When they want to take a leave, there are no special qualifications or anything reserved to either sex. So we do not have that kind of design for civil servants. Well, but there is one exception when a pregnant woman is giving birth. So they will have, of course, this maternity leave, and then the man can have paternity leave, but the number of days will be different in terms of family care leave and parental leave without pay. Either men or women, they have the same number of days for their leave. Thank you. So I would like to double confirm for male civil servants, they can take a parental leave, right? They can take a parental leave, yes, no problem. And the Ministry of Labor, I'm Wang Yafen from Ministry of Labor. For your question, thank you for letting us know that in other countries, there is a specific leave designed only for fathers. Actually, we know that in Scandinavian countries, many countries have that kind of policy. However, in Taiwan, we do not have a specific parental leave reserved for fathers. And we have done some research in Taiwan. As you say, there is a gap between which sex apply for, either it's the mother or father who applies for the parental leave without pay. And then of course, we have done a lot of promotion, letting people know that both men and women need to share the care, taking care of family or doing house chores. And then when people feel that because fathers earn more salary, so it should be the mother who applies for this parental leave without pay first. But I think it requires change. So we continue to promote this awareness to encourage men to take more parental leave. Although we do not have such a special policy reserved for fathers, but we continue to promote the awareness of both sexes should share family care responsibility and household chores. So if either sex is going to take a parental leave without pay for more than 6 months, in that case, if they want to come back to their original position, they feel that it will be difficult for them to come back. So for the current policy for parental leave without pay, and now parents prefer a shorter term parental leave. And this year, we have made some amendments to relevant regulations. When anyone wants to take a parental leave, they don't need to take a whole full 6-month leave. They can take a short-term leave. For example, maybe this mother can take a few months off after the maternity leave, and then afterwards, maybe the father can take turns to take the paternity leave. And then in that case, after doing survey, we feel that this will accommodate these situations for Taiwanese couples in Taiwan. So we want to provide them with a more flexible policy, flexible plan for them. Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your explanation again. Two thinking. One is maybe I hope that you would consider introducing this fathers-only parental leave because that would bring some conceptual changes into the society. And second, from yesterday, I was a little bit irritated when you say unpaid parental leave, because I know that the parents are paid 80% of their salaries from the government subsidy. So it is actually 80% paid. And I was wondering why you are saying unpaid parental leave, because it is paid. Maybe the source might be different. But anyway, it is not full 100%, but it is still paid, up to 80%. So maybe you can change the terminology, 80% paid parental leave, Of course, paternity leave, maternity leave are fully paid, but parental leave, it's not unpaid. So I was a little bit, somewhat uneasy feeling with that terminology. It's just a comment. Thank you very much for all your explanations.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to raise another issue from that big basket of right mentionings in Article 11. Article 11 is a central article. It is not above the other rights, but it is one of the rights. But when you look at it, it talks, the overriding principle is the adequate standard of living. And then you see, as evidenced by the right to food, right to health, right to housing, right to clothing, etc., etc. And the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights soon realized that those are mere examples of high importance rights that need protection, that in their sum make up an adequate standard of living. And we came up at the change of the millennium with the idea that water and sanitation are such rights as well. They are of the same quality, same level of abstraction, and same level of concretization. They're not in the text, but the committee first in a statement and then raised these issues. Now then, the right to water, which at first was only a very tentative one, and we said, well, since all rights have a core content, something which is absolutely indispensable to guarantee, what I call the survival kit, that any state, whether rich or poor, can afford to have. And so the question arose, should the right to water, which could mean 7,000 liters to produce one bread, which poses big problems in other countries and certainly not in Taiwan. But the right to water should be pollution-free, and it should be groundwater protection, and it should be other environmental questions. So the question arose, should the environment be regarded as a human right in its own course? And this, the debate has evolved at the political level in the Human Rights Council, as you know, and the environment with the Climate Change Convention to start with, and the world conferences on the environment came later. The word human rights never appeared first. It wasn't until the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights produced a statement on the environment and environment protection in 1912. And by the way, statements of the committee are very important and should be looked at by government delegations always, not just the general comments, because they pick up the newer issues and the newer aspects and have a more stronger political influence because it shows the line of development that is happening. So the adequate standard of living, embracing the right to water, the committee adopted a general comment 15, but it wasn't sure whether states parties would accept it, because of course one can immediately say it's not in the text, that's it. but by looking at not at the wording of an article, but of the material contents in the light of social developments that have taken place since 1966. And there we have that the adequate standard of living also embraces the right to water. And that by now is accepted by nearly everyone, ever since the Kyoto World Conference. So we then found that your government included in its report on the third level for the first time a separate section on environment and human rights, which I think is extremely laudable. You're a forerunner of protection in this respect, and you need special praise for that. But then in the list of issues, and particularly in the second list of issues, the answers in relation to the right to water, in the reply, an issue arose. Since 1916, EPA has carried out resource reuse, and a number of cases are described. Please provide information, we asked, on an annual basis how this affects the total number of cases in Taiwan, and showing whether there have been increases or decreases over the past 6 years. We spell this out in this very statistical approach, because to evaluate whether you have been successful and whether you have made a contribution to further development of the law, we want to see whether there have been increases or decreases in the situation as it affects people and human rights. And you, in a very brief paragraph, answered our question and gave us excellent figures in relation to animal husbandry urine resources, which is becoming a huge problem from an environment protection point of view, but is also an alternative to having mineral resources which have to be imported, etc., etc. So the figures that you give is very good, because there we can see that your attempts to improve the situation on the ground have been successful. Now the levels of reuse measures are very positive, the picture. But you say nothing about the possible negative effects, because you get no solution without looking at the other side of the problem. And the other side of the problem is that too much animal urine gets back into the ground and sinks into the groundwater and pollutes the drinking water. The committee decided that it should be the groundwater for personal consumption that are really at the kernel, at the root of the right to water. And my question is, how do you do the balancing of that? And then you say the recycling households, 43.34% of the total number of livestock farms actually are using it. And you say that according to Article 6 of the SGW, the local competent authorities shall regularly test soil and groundwater quality, because it's really important who controls it. If you have something in a statute, it's fine, but it needs to be implemented and controlled for abuses and to keep it zone. And you replied that it is the local authorities that do that. If the local authorities are doing it, it's fine because they know what is happening in the immediate environment. That's where it should be. But who controls the local authorities? And what does the word regularly mean? You say they're regularly controlled. Could you give an example of maybe 1 year how that is actually done? I was a little longer because, and I apologize for that, but it is very important because environment is becoming a really important issue. And in our statement, the committee, in the committee's statement on the environment, each human right in relation to environment protection is looked at very carefully. And I'm sure sooner or later there's going to be a general comment on it. If you could kindly elaborate on this. And I listen with very great interest to your answers to that question because it's new. And again, as I said at the beginning, your country is a forerunner in the whole movement. So what you say will pick up definitely. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, for the questions. So the martial law was lifted about 35 years ago, and we shifted from an authoritarian regime to a democracy. And when we talk about human rights, it's not just about personal freedom. So there are also other aspects to it. Now, in Taiwan, so in addition to social and economic human rights, in recent years, we have also come to realize that the SDGs introduced by UNESCO, in fact, also cover environmental aspects. So environmental protection is a key area for us in our human rights protection work. And you mentioned the right to water and also water pollution monitoring. To respond to the questions, I'll ask the EPA to respond, and then I'll also ask the Council of Agriculture to respond. And thirdly, I'll ask the Ministry of Economic Affairs to respond. So please provide information. EPA, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm a representative from the EPA. So regarding the questions you raised, first of all, so about the animal husbandry using resources and the reutilization. Originally, we treated the water in 3 phases, including an anaerobic phase. So that was how we dealt with the resources. But the thing is, the manure actually contains a lot of nitrogen, and the nitrogen can be used. But if you use the anaerobic process, then the nitrogen will be removed, and that would be a waste. So we looked at other countries' experience, and then we decided to do away with the anaerobic process, and now we can extract biogas liquid and also digestate, and we can use such materials for fertilization of the soil. So, of course, we also have to think about whether there are harmful materials contained in the biogas liquid and the other materials. So when farmers want to use such materials, they have to come up with a plan. And the plan will be checked by the environmental protection and agriculture authorities in the local government. And also, the irrigation amount and also the field where this manure will be used are also regulated. So And also, there should be a monitoring process. And in terms of frequency of the monitoring, it actually depends on the amount. So if it's 2,000 tons per year, then we require monitoring at least once every 2 years. If it's 6,000 tons, so between 2,000 and 6,000, you have to monitor once a year. Over 6,000 is once every 6 months. So the frequency depends on the amount used. And also, the person who uses the biogas residue and the biogas slurry will have to get people to check. And the EPA and also the local environmental authorities will also do sampling checks. So the statistics, the data have to be inputted into our database, and we check the database, and if we look at the data and there might be further checks. We also have monitoring and control standards. The control standards are the strictest. So that means that if you go over the control standards, then that means that it will be harmful. The monitoring standards mean that before it reaches a hazardous level, then we already can intervene. So in terms of the soil and underground water, if the monitoring standards are reached, that means that such irrigation have to stop. Otherwise, there will be underground water pollution. So usually, of course, we require the person using such manure to check, but the local government will check as well. So this is basically how we regulate the use of animal manure. So you can see that there are several layers of checks. So while we reuse such resources, we also protect the soil and underground water. Thank you. Council of Agriculture, please. So allow me to provide more information. So thank you for the question. In fact, I'm also from the EPA. And you mentioned underground water, so I think as a representative from the EPA, I should also provide more information. So regarding the safety of drinking water, the EPA, in fact, follows the Soil and Underground Water Pollution Remediation Act. The act has been in place for more than 20 years. And according to this act, we also have a foundation that is responsible for such pollution remediation. And we charge companies and so on to pay into the pollution remediation. So in addition to the law and also a fund regarding high polluting companies, for example, certain factories, and we also have to protect agricultural land. So we do risk assessments. And regarding monitoring, especially underground water monitoring, across Taiwan, we have more than 400 monitoring wells. And for high-risk areas, we have even more such monitoring wells. So this is how we monitor the pollution levels. In terms of frequency, it could be 4 times a year, depending on the risk level. And the monitoring data are shared across different ministries, including the EPA and also the Council of Agriculture. So the data are shared and will work together to monitor the water pollution level. And if agricultural land is polluted, last year, we actually launched a remediation drive. This is one of our efforts to protect the water quality. Thank you.
是麻烦农委会
COA, please. I'm from the Council of Agriculture, COA. For livestock manure used as fertilizers, we have a Fertilizer Control Act. For fertilizers to be used in farmland, they have to be well cooked so that they can be used as fertilizers. For this Fertilizer Control Act, stipulates that we need to monitor the use of fertilizers. So after inspection, we discovered that there is soil and underground water pollution. If the level exceeds the standard, then they will be designated as polluted farmlands. Also, all the produce grown in that farm will be destroyed without any testing. And this kind of land will be stopped for planting, and they need to be remediated before going back to growing plants. And afterwards, we will do regularly heavy metal testing. If the results of testing tells us that the polluted level exceeds the standard for heavy metal grown in agricultural produce, this kind of produce will be destroyed. And what about the Ministry of Economic Affairs? I'm from the Water Resources Agency of MOEA. In order to increase the penetration rate of tap water, now we're promoting plans to provide more water access. We are providing subsidies for water company to extend pipelines offered to households. For disadvantaged people, we provide subsidies for them to be able to extend their water pipes. And for highland, where water is less likely to be accessible, and then we will provide subsidy to install easy-to-use water facilities. As for water accessibility, we require the water company. And then in Taiwan, there are 114 protected areas, which the water is deemed as source water and should be protected. For any behavior or conduct that pollutes the water in this source area, all the factories and businesses will be penalized. And now the water penetration rate reaches 95% already. Thank you. There's only one Earth, and there's only one Taiwan. So I think for us to advance human rights, I think the environmental aspect is very important. So we'll continue to make efforts. Thank you.
Much. I felt a little uneasy as chair. Somebody else would stop me, but I would like to express my sincere thanks for the answers. But there is just one thing. What about the human rights immediate effects? We have just discussed what you're doing from an environmental law point of view. To what extent are the actual human rights impacts measured? Do you have something like environmental impact assessments, human rights impact assessments of these measures? And what happens if there's a decision taken saying there's overuse on this farm because of the dangers that you have just explained? Can the farmers go to court? And have there been cases at the courts that have raised not just the environmental aspects, but also the human rights aspects involved? Because to a certain extent, there has to be a balancing. Thank you.
好的，谢谢。那
Thank you. So human rights is about the protection of environment. If the environment is polluted, it's not going to be good for humans. And then we have a very strict reviewing process, especially for environmental impact assessment. Can I have EPA to give a short explanation? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Like the Deputy Minister mentioned, that in terms of the right to good environment, EPA, in terms of the mechanism of environmental impact assessment, we have a very sound management. And in the Environmental Impact Act, we know that we will look at the environment and also as well as the economic and social status of people living on this piece of land. And for if there's any pollution problem, and we can see people living on this piece of land are affected. And for these people, what EPA does is that we take emergency steps to take care of these people. After we clarify the issue, and then we will provide assistance to the people. If their human rights are violated, then we'll have a mechanism to address this kind of disputes, so that people who are affected can receive support. So that's all for my part. Thank you.
Before the courts.
是的，那个
So for any development projects, for example, urban renewal plan or for the readjustment of national land, if any people feel that their rights are violated, the administrative department provides remedy, and also they can seek the legal process to get remedy. And in our Criminal Procedural Act, we have very clear provisions for that.
That answered all my questions, and I now give the floor to Jesus.
As mentioned by our chair, Professor Ibe Riddell, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights is now has been working on another general comment on sustainable development and economic, social, and cultural rights. And I'm one of the rapporteurs that have been working on it. We just finished our 4 regional consultations, one in Africa, one in Latin American region, and European region. And just recently, about 2 weeks ago, on 28th of April, we had Asia Pacific consultation. And since this is a very constructive, friendly dialogue setting, I would like to inform you that there were several participants from Taiwan who were very active, including Environmental Rights Foundation, and gave their valuable contributions. We discussed about climate change and sustainable development, natural resource management, governance, non-discrimination and equality, all these issues in our consultation. Of course, it'll take some more time for the committee to come up with general comment, hopefully at the end of next year or the year after. But I think we all know that climate change and environmental challenges are really a serious issue. We have SDG, you know, and we have to achieve until 2030, but we all feel the effects. So I think it's very important for Taiwanese government, like any other governments, to come up with environmental measures and sustainable development, all these mitigation and adaptation measures to save, as you said, Deputy Minister, that we have only one Earth. And I very much look forward to Taiwanese government's efforts in good way in that regards. But I would like to commend Taiwanese contribution to this consultation, acknowledge their contribution and active participation. So I just want to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say just one last word? Because then we go into a coffee break.
我只简单补充一下。
So just add a little bit something. In the face of climate change, Taiwan knows the trend of carbon reduction and so on. We know that 2050 net zero target is very important. This is an international trend. So Taiwan is doing everything we can to design our carbon reduction goals for 2030, 2040, and 2050. So for our energy, construction, transportation departments, we are formulating a comprehensive plan. And then we are also working with different sectors in Taiwan. And I believe that we have a climate change act, and this act will be passed very soon. And then I think this act can help Taiwan to carry out procedures and policies that will help Taiwan, a contributor in this regard. Thank you.
Let us take a 15-minute break now, which means we come back at 10:15. Okay? Thank you.
好，那我们现在稍作中场休息。那麻烦大家在10:15的时候。
So please be back by 10:15. Thank you.
break, and we're back. And we're coming to one particular aspect of Article 11, the right to housing, based on our two general comments, the one on the right to housing as such, drafted in the early 1990s, and forced evictions and the right to housing. And in the practice of the committee while I was on it, and I'm sure Jesus will agree that is still the same, the housing rights have turned onto one of the key issues that attract very great public attention, very much questions from non-governmental organizations, but also from academia. So the literature on it is huge. So we come to that, and I would like to thank Roslyn Noonan to have stepped in, because originally Milun Kotari was going to do it. Unfortunately, he was prevented from coming. So at very short notice, Roslyn took over, and I'm very happy that she took on this big chunk of the social covenant. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Chair, and Deputy Minister, representatives of government officials. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge what an incredibly rich contribution you made this morning to the issues that were raised. And it's really huge respect for that dialogue between you and my three other team members. And I also just want to say that I was willing to take on the housing issue because it is so important and so complex. And when I was, for 2 terms, a member of the Wellington City Council, which is our capital city, and which had a major social housing program and a major urban renewal program, I chaired the Committee on Housing, Urban Renewal and Community Affairs. So from that side of the issue, I have some first-hand experience of the challenges and the complexities, as well as the importance. I also want to say that, and I think what Chair Ibers said has highlighted this, that the right to an adequate standard of living, of which the right to housing is an element, that for most families around the world, the right to housing or access to housing is the most expensive and difficult element of the right to an adequate standard of living. And the availability of secure, healthy, affordable housing for all, and we now know that we should always add accessible housing for all, actually underpins the ability of most people to enjoy the other human rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and particularly children. Stable, secure, healthy housing is critical to children's performance. It's been shown at school. It's critical to their health and their development. It's critical to people's ability to undertake employment, to connect with their local community, and to participate in terms of the civil and political participation. So that's why housing generates so much interest, because it underpins so much else. But it's also comes with housing and with the land on which it stands comes very strong emotional connections and ties. And we know, for example, for Indigenous people, that the land is them. They don't own the land. The land owns them. So there's all of those complexities. So I just want to acknowledge that and acknowledge from all of the information that I've had access to, and you can see I've got, reports open and spread across the desk. I want to thank you for the quality of that information, but also thank the NGOs for the issues that they have brought to us. Given what we need to cover and what I thought probably the most efficient way was to follow through with from the general observations and recommendations of the previous committee, and just to work through those as you have in your reports to us. And they pick up the issues, the first in our second list of issues. And so the first general observation was in relation to the frequency of evictions and land disposition that was said to be occurring in Taiwan at the time. So that's general observation, paragraph 38. And in all of the reports that I've read and the different perspectives from the NGOs, I wonder if we could start with asking you, how do you define, and how would you describe forcible evictions, or indeed evictions? Because obviously in some of the reports, you say, for example, with respect to development plans of the Ministry of the Interior, there have been no cases of evicting people. In others, you say there's been no forcible evictions. So I just wondered if the first thing we could do is try to understand what you mean, within your legal framework, but also within your day-to-day, policy and practice and work and conversations, what you mean when you say there's been no evictions, by the term evictions or by the term forcible evictions. So that's question number one.
Okay, Deputy Minister, you have the floor.
好的，谢谢。
Thank you for your question. So in the ICESCR, there's the right to an adequate standard of living. So this covers many aspects of one's life, including housing. Now, in Taiwan, the right to housing is an innate right. So the state has to provide an adequate housing. And this is what we have to do. So in terms of this right, of course, different people have different needs depending on their personal circumstances and their financial means. So in Taiwan, for underprivileged people, if they have problem finding housing, then we provide assistance, including rent subsidies, including the building of social housing, and also we now offer social housing leasing and management service. So if people are in need, if they have problem finding a place to live, we do provide assistance. And then you mentioned our definition of forced eviction. In fact, we in the government never use such a term because we believe that such a term doesn't reflect the reality. So if for the greater public good, when the government acquires private land or private properties. Now, Taiwan is a democratic country, so we are very cautious and we are extremely meticulous. This is a very serious issue. So we don't acquire private properties unless it's strictly for greater public good, because people have the right to own properties. And we also have to stress that if we have to move to compulsory purchase, now, as I said, this is because there is the need for greater public good, and this is why sometimes, unfortunately, we have to sacrifice some people's rights. But this process, if we need to make that decision, behind that decision, there has to be due process. We have to listen to people's opinions. We have to have public hearings. And we also have to consult with different stakeholders. So, first of all, if we need to move to compulsory purchase, we are extremely careful. We don't just rush through the process. And if we do have to make that decision, in many development projects, let's say if we need to build a road, and I can also make a detour, I will make use of public land as much as possible. So acquiring private properties will be the last resort. So we'll try to avoid purchasing private properties as much as possible. So if we have to do that, then that means that people will have to leave their homes, and we have a comprehensive resettlement plan. So landowners and also informal settlers who are living there, we have comprehensive resettlement programs. So I do not understand why NGOs continue to say that we are doing forced convictions, or we are expelling people, we are displacing people, because that's not what a democratic government does. So if there are individual cases, of course we can discuss individual cases. Perhaps there are areas where the government is not doing well, and perhaps we have to change our policy. So that's my initial response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I give the floor back to you, Rose, Virginia has something, a quick intervention.
Yes. Thank you. Just very, very quickly, just so everybody is in the same page. You know, the terminologies in human rights are extremely important. We do not have a right, just a right to housing, a right to food. We say the right to adequate housing, and that's an entirely new ballgame when we talk about that. We're not talking here about the right to property. We're talking here about the right to adequate housing. So, you know, the adequacy is a very important component of the right, because you cannot say, I have a right to food. Fine, you have a right to food. Who's going to give you that right? You have a right to housing? Fine, you have a right to housing. Who's going to give you a house? That's not what the right is all about. And I'll stop there because I'll give back the floor to, you know, Roslyn can very well take care of it. I just wanted us to be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, that was helpful. I go back to Roslyn.
And thank you, Deputy Minister. So can I just clarify what I think I've heard you say? And I noted that you said that in Taiwan you never use the term forced eviction or forcibly evicted. So does that mean that because of the laws and the processes which are in place and which you will argue provide a fair and just way of acquiring property, acquiring land, which might include housing, for the public good, that because those laws are there and they're applied, a situation of forced eviction or eviction can never take place or will never take place? Is that what you're saying to us?
Yes. I think in Taiwan, if we need to acquire private properties, that's a very serious issue. So all the processes, all the regulations are there, and there is also access to remedy. So we believe that using terms like forced evictions or forced displacement, I think that's unfair to the government because we do not do something that is so abominable. And while we acquire private properties, we have to follow the law. And sometimes people are living in those houses or living on the land. We have resettlement plan. So we don't just drive people out of their homes and make them homeless. This is what we have to do because we are a gatekeeper.
So if I can follow up from that then, in a situation, this is a hypothetical situation, so I'm not referring to any one of the cases that the civil society organisations have raised with us. But in a hypothetical situation where you're acquiring land for a public purpose and where there are people living on that land, so it might not just be private ownership, but of course it could be government land or whatever. And some of the people on that land refuse to leave it. What happens then? What would happen then? So all of the process, you've been through all of the various processes, and there's a group of people who believe, rightly or wrongly, that their home or their land is being taken unjustly and they are going to stay. What happens then?
谢谢委员的。
Thank you for this question. Whether it's a building or a piece of land, whether it's on private land or public land, when we are about to acquire the land, and we have to consider the public good. So when the government is making a decision on having a development plan, for example, opening a new road or disaster remediation projects, before making any decision, we have to be very, very careful. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that during the development process, I'm going to acquire a private land. There are people who live on the land. If they're not willing to leave their property, then the government will continue to communicate with them. Of course, we need to satisfy their needs of housing. For example, we'll provide resettlement housing or rental subsidies for them to have new housing, which is not worse than their previous housing. So that's the government's attitude. We don't take it lightly. We never take it lightly to take housing and land away from people. So I wonder if that explanation is enough. Thank you.
Hear what you're saying and completely acknowledge the position of the government that no, these decisions are never taken lightly, and nobody wants to take them lightly because they can cause great conflict and tensions and bad publicity and all of those things. But at the point, I'm just wanting to be clear that there will come a point where those people will be removed, and remember this is hypothetical, will be removed from the property. When you've made all the offers and you've prepared appropriate resettlement options for them, but they refuse to move, at that point presumably is it the police who will be asked to move them, or what will happen then?
Say hypothetically, a situation like that happened, we still continue to communicate with the residents So in many major development projects in Taiwan, I understand why you raise this hypothetical case. Even if the government provides all kinds of possible arrangements, still some people are reluctant to leave their housing. In that case, what we do? Well, really, police is really the last resort. Beforehand, of course, we make a lot of efforts to do communication, but still, it's possible for us to face protests. But in the end, we may need to resort to the police. That is inevitable, but we will try to avoid using the force of the police. We still focus on communicating with the residents as much as possible. Communication is still more important than using the force of the police.
When was the last time that you or officials can recall that the police will have been used to move people away from either private property or off government land or from informal settlements?
I think that's Tainan Railway Project. In Tainan, there's a railway which will be moved to the east. It's an underground project. So can you explain what happened in that project? I'm from the Ministry of the Interior. So you asked about forced eviction. From the Article 11, we can see that everyone has the right to adequate living, including right to house, to food, and so on. So when we talk about housing, we can see, well, number 4 talks about the right to adequate housing. And adequate housing is respect to basic human right. So housing, people, shouldn't be interfered with, and then necessary relocation is actually complies with the international covenant. From the UN evictions principle, so we can see there's that before, during, and after the move. So we can say before the move, we will communicate with the people as much as possible. And then people need to have all the information, and then they can also resort to court appeal. And then, of course, for example, for the final move, well, you have to avoid weekends. And then you have to, when you ask people to move, you have to show your ID. In our Administrative Procedure Act, there are relevant provisions. And after the move, in addition to provide fair compensation, we have to provide relevant resettlement solutions. So in our report, we say for the past 5 years, there's no forced eviction, because for our definition, we follow the relevant articles in the covenant. So there's no illegal forced eviction happening in Taiwan for the past 5 years. And also, you mentioned that if still some people are still reluctant to move, the government provides several solutions. The government provides settlement housing, but still the people are not reluctant to leave. So in our Administrative Procedure Act, in terms of the moving date, it cannot happen during weekends, it cannot happen during the night, and the official need to present their ID, and we need to talk to the people first. Well, the police power is only supplemental. Maybe from the NGOs or from the media, you may see that, like what the Deputy Minister mentioned, that recently in our Tainan Railway Underground project, for the last few reluctant households, we indeed use the power of police to ask them to move. I think the Railway Bureau was responsible for that. I don't know if they have any representatives here. No, we don't have any representatives from the Ministry of Transportation. Yes, I think there is. So I'm from the Railway Bureau, from the MOTC. For the Tainan Railway Underground project, there are 340 households along the line in this project, and we have been negotiating with them for 7 years. And lastly, there was one last household who was reluctant to move. So last year, on August 20th, we followed the Administrative Procedure Act to ask them to move. We used the force of the police. And the reluctant was still unwilling to go. So they had a strike, they had a protest along with some people who supported them. So the police resorted to the Administrative Procedure Act because it's a demolition project. We wanted to prevent danger from happening. So we used the force power to ask them to move. And after they left, we demolished the house. And afterwards, we reached an agreement with this household, and then we applied for resettlement housing for them, and they accepted it. And for their house, which was removed, and then we provide some, for example, like repair and also resettlement solutions for them, so that they can have a good place to stay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Please, you have.
Yeah, can I just ask a quick question before you continue? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus?
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Minister and other delegation. My question is, because Deputy Minister, you said that is for the public good, yeah, for the benefit of the whole public to build whatever road or bridge or railway station. I know that, from the government side, of course, any development projects should be for the good of the general public. When any public project is planned and implemented, I think it involves the different interests of many people. Some people would welcome it, some people would refuse it, some people expect higher expense, higher return than the market value. Many people think from their own personal interest or household interest. So my question is, when you come up with any development projects like this Tainan underground railway station or build a bridge, whatever, what would be the process? Does government, because sometimes it involves real estate speculation, and then if you decide certain projects, then the nearby land prices goes up, and then people would be happy, yeah? And then many times the government officials, of course, use that secret information for their own personal gain, which will then, make them go to prison or etc. So there are many things involved. And in Taiwan case, when you come up with any development projects, is there any procedure or any process that you discuss the issue with the people involved, or you come up with, among the government agencies, you discuss it and then announce it? Because I think you said that there was many communications, and I want to know whether this building of underground railroad station was discussed for the public good, because public can be the whole Taiwanese people, but those people who are affected are those people who live there, and then their house to be, demolished. So when you say it is for the public good and you communicate it, how was that done? In what way? Was it actually consultation with the people who are living there, or because otherwise then, people oppose, or people, in my country's case, if a new subway station, a subway line is planned, then some residents of a certain area say that please make that line, go to our neighborhood. Or some people would reject that, in order to have all this personal gain. So I would like to know how is the consultation or communication done with those people who are affected? Not for the general public, but with those people who are living there. So that's what I want to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, back to you.
Thank you for your question. So in any development projects, so as I mentioned in the very beginning, before we make the decision, of course, we have to ensure that the development is for greater public good. If you are talking about land speculation or property speculation, I think sometimes that's what people say, but our only consideration is the greater good. So if we need to acquire private properties, sometimes we have to move to compulsory purchase. We also have the so-called zone expropriation and land consolidation. There are many different measures. So we have very comprehensive legal procedures for that. I think the most difficult part in such a development project is communication. So in the Tainan Railway project, it took us 7 years. It's a very, very long time. We spent 7 years trying to persuade the people who are affected why this project is important. So we really did our best. So perhaps I can ask the Land Administration Department to provide information. So I will first give you the example of a general compulsory purchase. So there are different stages. So first of all, if we need to develop a place, then there has to be a construction project. And then there will be the land use project. So for example, sometimes the land use has to be adjusted, and then the expropriation project will be approved. So there are 3 stages. And according to our regulations, if before the construction project is passed, there should be at least 2 public hearings, and the public hearings are open to the people, to the public, and whoever proposes the development project has to tell the public why this is for the greater good. And there should also be an explanation of the resettlement plan. If people have different opinions and they want to be excluded, then this will happen in the very early stage of the project. And in the second phase, this is the urban planning phase. We will also have the so-called public seminar. And so we will talk about land use, and people's voices will also be heard during this phase. In the third phase, this will be the compulsory purchase phase. That means that there will be administrative enforcement. So in this phase, people's right to housing will be affected. So before compulsory purchase, the developer has to first reach an agreement with the people. So that means how the property will be acquired. So for example, people can decide to lend the properties or lend the land itself to the developer, or there can be other methods as well. So it doesn't always have to be expropriation of the land or properties. So in the last 30 years or so, in our public construction projects, if it's a normal compulsory purchase project, about 90% of the people will agree, and only 10% of people will see land expropriation. And why is that? It's probably because some people inherit the properties, and there are many owners to this piece of property, so it's difficult to reach an agreement. Or some people have mortgages, or they have pledges on their land. When we provide compensation, we provide market price compensation. But as the Deputy Minister said, such a project has to be for public good, and we have to communicate with people. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We come back to Rosalind.
And Haisu asked probably what was going to be my follow-up question at any rate, but thank you for that. Now, you mentioned, and I am going to move on to some other issues very shortly, but you mentioned that, just let me find it, that in the processes that you have, landowners or people who own the homes have access to court appeals, and that's an element in the process. I just wondered, say in the last 5 years, how, or maybe 10, how many court appeals will have been taken? Do you know? Is it possible to know how many, and what were they? Were they all unsuccessful?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of the administrative remedy, so of course, if they have the right, then they can resort to judicial remedies. So that kind of right, of course, exists. But regarding the statistics, at the Ministry of the Interior, we have like a petition. We have petition data, and in the court there will also be data. The number is actually quite big because people are aware of their rights. So it's quite common for people to go to court, and of course we respect their right to seek remedy. I'll provide you with the statistics later.
Yeah, because it would be.
So allow me to provide you with some information as well. So as the Deputy Minister said, regarding compulsory purchase, so this is about administrative enforcement. And there are also 2 stages. So first of all, the administrative agency will have a petition phase, and the Ministry of the Interior is responsible for approving compulsory purchase. So there can be a petition. You can petition the Executive Yuan. I think in recent years, we have not lost any judicial cases, but I can check the statistics. And if the petition is rejected, then the public can go to the administrative court. And I will check the statistics before I get back to you. I think there are very few cases where administrative agencies lose the cases.
I'll probably come to it a little later, but I think there was, in the original submission from the National Human Rights Commission, there was a report that the Control Yuan had investigated one case where that their finding was that it had been unjustly dealt with. But, and I don't think you commented on that particular case in your replies, but anyway, I want to move on at the moment to a follow-up about this. In your reports to us, you say, for example, on page 69 of your response to the first list of issues, so you say, if people do not want to participate in the urban land readjustment, so that's, it may be proposed during the review stage of the urban plan to exclude the scope of the land, of the urban land readjustment. So, and elsewhere you mentioned that as well. So there are cases where people identify that they don't want to be part of it, and there is a possibility that, well, as I read your comments, that they will then have the possibility, you know, to be left there. And again, I just wondered whether, how many times that's happened, say, over the last, again, maybe 5 or 10 years. How many people have indicated that they don't want to be part of the adjustment, they want to keep their original land in the way that it is, and have been able to do that. You know, the plan's been adjusted to take account of that.
是的，刚刚委员所提。
Right. Thank you for your question. I think so. So most of the people who want to be left out, this will be discussed during the urban planning review phase. So before we make a decision, when we look at the development, it can be a zone expropriation, it can be land consolidation. There are two types of land consolidation. It can be initiated by the government or initiated by people themselves. So the central government and the local government, in fact, ask very detailed questions. And we also allow people to come to us to tell us what they want. If they can persuade us, then of course we respect their opinions. And regarding statistics, we actually have a lot of statistics, but I don't think we have extremely detailed statistics, but it's very often we actually listen to the people, listen to what they want. So allow me to give you some information as well. So in terms of land consolidation, this actually has to do with urban planning, because sometimes in urban planning projects, we need to consolidate certain land pockets. And for people who want to be left out from the consolidation, we'll write in our opinions that they will not participate and they will be excluded. And if whether or not there are any such cases in recent years, I don't have the numbers at hand, but I can share with you a case that is happening now. In New Taipei City, they are working on the land consolidation in Wenzijun, and they already came up with the urban planning project. The project was sent to the Ministry of the Interior for approval, but the people, so regarding existing construction, existing buildings, sometimes they are ancient houses, and because a road is being planned that will lead to the demolition of an ancient house. So because of this, the urban planning project was again reviewed. The ancient houses were then excluded from the urban planning project, and also the roads are also moved elsewhere. This is to avoid the demolition of the ancient historical houses.
Thank you. That's a very relevant, good example for us to understand that change can happen. which brings me back to the issue that Hai Su raised about the process and at what stage people who are directly affected are able to get involved and to participate. And I wondered if, and I mean, the recommendation from the previous review was that there be a moratorium on all forms of displacement, so we're not just talking about evictions, until a National Displacement, Resettlement and Rehabilitation Act is established, consistent with the government's international human rights obligations, including General Comment Number 7, etc. So, but effectively, as I read your response, that recommendation was rejected, and as I read the comment, as read your reports, rejected because you felt you already had, the legal framework was already sufficient in terms of the covenant and general comment provisions. So I'm wondering about the consultation process because there's inherently a power imbalance. So if the government, national government or the local government or a developer comes up with a plan, they've usually done a lot of work on it, understandably, before it's made public. So in those very early stages, is there any possibility of involvement of the people who are most directly affected? And secondly, at the point that it is made public, then I guess there's the, and this happens in many places, I'm not suggesting, it's peculiar to Taiwan, but then all of the resources of central government or local government or the developer are used to persuade people to accept the plan. And the consultation processes can be quite intimidating, or there can be other intimidation, or there can be, I'm aware elsewhere sometimes of offers being made to some people in the community to persuade them to support it. So you divide the community, and I mean this is particularly happens, I think, with Indigenous communities, but we're going to come to them because there's an added issue with Indigenous communities. So I'm just wondering what the nature of those consultations are and whether you recognise in that process there's an inherent power imbalance and how that's dealt with in order to make the consultations genuinely meaningful and not just, a sort of rubber stamping or a whitewash or ticking the box.
Okay, I give the floor back to you, Deputy Minister.
是的。
So I have been stressing the importance of public good. Before we acquire people's private property, of course, it is definitely based on public good. So we don't do it to benefit any developer. We deny that the government has benefited any developer. For any public project, for the government's perspective, we don't do it to benefit any private developer. For any development plan to go through, like I said, we need to have a very thorough or comprehensive development plan. So the content of the plan through public seminars, public hearings, and also the authority which needs the land. For example, the Ministry of Transportation, they need to open a road. So they are the authority responsible for this. So the Ministry of Transportation needs to communicate with the people to tell them if there are violations or if there are, benefits, are suffering, maybe they can ask for certain compensation from the government. And you talk about imbalance, but I think the imbalance here refers to information accessibility imbalance. But we strive for the principle of transparency. We have to be honest and frank with the public. So I think in Taiwan, we have done a very solid work in this. We don't put people in the dark.
Very small point there, and that is, we're talking of different categories of property. Fully publicly owned, public-private, and then the local authorities, public and private. So a lot will depend on the categories that you're talking about. And for the government, in the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights view, the government has, for the publicly owned sites aspect, a direct responsibility. But for when it is either inter-private or with local authorities under the direction of the central administration, there is a duty to protect. So there is no direct responsibility of the government, but the government still remains in control in the sense that it has to protect the interests of those involved and see to it that the human rights are not violated. Forgive me for just bringing that in, because the NGOs are very, very keen that the distinction is made and that the government remains responsible throughout. If you could comment a little bit on that. I give the floor back to you.
For any piece of land, this person may have maybe owns this property, or maybe this person is only, rents, is only lease this piece of land, or for informal settler. Well, what people in Taiwan, sometimes if they are born in southern Taiwan, but maybe when they grow up, they come to work in northern part of Taiwan, and they settle on a piece of public land. So whether you own the land or you lease the land, or whether you are an informal settler, and of course their rights need to be protected by the government. That is something we do at the government. So that's why I say for any development project, the most important thing is to provide resettlement, adequate right to adequate living. So that's what the government is doing.
Then a couple more issues, and I do see that the review committee recommended the creation of an overarching national housing and land policy that's consistent with its international human rights commitments. And I don't think that's been done, but I did note that there have been some improvements, particularly with respect to security of tenure. So I think that was one thing, and so I just wondered if you could just explain the actions that have been taken to improve security of tenure.
Yeah. In view of the time, I just realized that we only have 5 minutes left. Therefore,
well, it's only 11 o'clock.
Sorry?
It's 10 past 11.
I thought we go on until 11:15.
11:20.
11:20.
Sorry.
Okay, then we have 10 minutes.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought we had a bit longer than that.
So I wonder if you could bring the second aspect right now, so that we can deal with the two issues. They are separate, but that you.
Well, I think the other thing that really the one that's of significant importance is in relation to free, prior, informed consent process for developments with Indigenous peoples, and are the processes you use there just exactly the same as the ones you've described to us so far, or do you take account of Indigenous people's ways of consulting, for example, which are not the same as what I would say a mainstream consultation process? Sorry, that was me.
Okay. And if I might add as a last thing on this issue, the question whether there is free, prior, informed consent processes.
That's what I've just asked. I've just asked that.
Okay. So, please, the floor is yours.
第一个有关于我们
For the amendments of Land Improvement Act, I will ask the Department of Land to explain that. In terms of the acquiring of indigenous land, there are about 250 to 160,000 hectares of reserved land for indigenous peoples. If we are going to acquire any indigenous land, Article 21 of the Indigenous Peoples Basic Act, it stipulates that we have to seek the consent from the indigenous people. If you want to know further information, we will ask the representative of COA to reply. I will ask the Department of Land to say first. So as for excluding people from the planning project, I have to say that not all the requests will be accepted because we will have to have a comprehensive planning and consideration. And second, as for whether we need to have a special law for Resettlement and Eviction Act, I think for general expropriation, urban land consolidation, and so on, I think there are differences in the way we provide resettlement and so on. It's difficult to use just one law to regulate everything. So we have now different laws to deal with different situations. And you mentioned informal settler. So for the security of tenure, so can we provide them with resettlement? I can give you an example. For general expropriation, we want to open a new role. For informal settlers, we provide them with a fund, a relief fund. So they will use fund to maybe purchase or rent a house. And for large-scale expropriation, in that case, we will provide resettlement housing. And for the Taoyuan Aerotropolis project, we build first and move later. We build the resettlement housing first, and then we move people. And next is that for one village, we provide one resettlement community, so they can remain in the same community sense. So for the resettlement housing, we can provide another solution in addition to rental subsidies. So every resettlement decision is different depending on the scope of the development project. Can I ask CIP, Council of the Indigenous People, to respond? I'm from CIP. According to Article 26 of Indigenous People Basics Act, for anyone, when governments or private parties engage in land development, resources utilization, ecological conservation, and research, they need to consult with the tribes. So according to this 21, well, paragraph 4 relates to consulting and obtaining consent from indigenous tribes. That is clearly outlining how the government and private partners can consult with them. So we have more than 10 ways of development routes. If we're going to acquire their land, we have to go through a consultation process. And the community, the indigenous community will organize a consulting meeting, and the government needs to go to the community to explain to them. We need to get consent for more than 50% of the community so that we can go on with this project. And so far, many government agencies have conducted this kind of consultation with the communities.
In relation to this, again, over the last 5 to 10 years, have any of the consultations with Indigenous peoples, communities, tribes, resulted in the land not being acquired because they have said no? Because it's interesting to me that you only require 50% to agree, because again, in most Indigenous communities that I'm aware of, decision making is by consensus, not by votes, and might take time to reach a consensus. But having a 50% rule like that is dividing, right from the beginning, dividing the community, turning them against each other. So I'm a little bit disturbed about that. But is there any examples where the government agencies or whoever else hasn't succeeded in acquiring the land because the local tribe has said no?
Council of Indigenous Peoples, do you have any cases that you can share with us? Here, I would also like to provide you with some information. So in terms of right to adequate housing, the Taiwanese government is working very hard, and we have to act in accordance with our laws. So the process has to be legitimate. Of course, we're not saying that we are perfect, because there's always room for improvements. And we'll continue to work on our institution, and we are also very willing to learn. We are open to criticism, and the Ministry of the Interior will continue to work with other government agencies. So can I ask Mr. Liu to respond? So I want to give you 2 examples. The first one is that there's a private company that wanted to mine on indigenous land. And when the company made an application, this case happened in Yilan County, and the local community rejected the proposal, and the Economics Ministry also rejected the company's proposal. This was the first example. The second example was a solar development project in Zhiben, Taidong. So this project was about setting up a photovoltaic plant, and they wanted to install solar panels on indigenous land. The local government approved the development, but after the consultation, the local community rejected the proposal, and the proposal was rejected in the end.
For those examples, I think it's always a test of how valid a system is if sometimes the government or the local government or the private developer doesn't succeed. I mean, obviously, you hope that's not, from the government point of view, that's not too often, but I think it is a test of the validity of a system that sometimes they don't succeed and the local community wins in those instances. So thank you for that, and I'm very conscious of the time, so I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much to all of you. We're impressed, as you saw, how informed and how much information you could give us. Normally, when it happens at the United Nations level in Geneva, we just have 2 or 3 people there who often are not experts on the questions they're under. The huge advantage of doing it here is, as you saw, that you can bring all the experts with you, and we don't have the digital problems and the communication problems with the government. We're grateful because we can have a free and very constructive dialogue with you here. And in the concluding observations, what you emphasized today, we will take care and see how it can be brought in the concluding observations. And in the future, I think it would be really, really good if you would stress the element of participation of not just the local community, because a local community might have a very different view from indigenous people, that the people at the grassroots level are involved at a very early stage, also in the decision-making process. Of course, they don't take the decision, but that the decision is taken after full participation has taken place. So that's really the human rights aspect. With that, I thank you all and wish you a good day. And we recess until 11:30 when we have the meeting, the hearing with the NGOs. Thank you very much indeed for coming.
Thank you. May I also very briefly say a few things? So NGOs or civil society, of course, they also pay great attention to the right of housing. I think we also thank them because they can be a driving force behind us to push us to do more. So we'll definitely work harder. Thank you. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. This session concludes here. We have lunch boxes for you. So if you require the lunch boxes, please go to room 801. Thank you.
The session at 11:45. So please take your seat. Thank you.
那先麻烦大家呢，请先将你的手机转为静音或是震动的模式哦，感谢大家的配合。
University. I teach radio policy. I met with you 5 years ago. Yes, I yeah. I remember you. You're being a personality. Nice to see you back again. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to receive you here, and I apologize at the beginning that we're 10 minutes late. I'll give you 10 minutes at the end more, so we'll finish a little later. Okay? I welcome 20 NGOs are coming here today on the truly important issues of Article 10 and 11. And I look forward to a constructive dialogue. If I might just say at the beginning that please do not repeat everything that you have submitted in writing. We really enjoyed reading it, and it helped us a lot in focusing our own main attention. But try and keep it here brief. Don't talk a lot about your normal work. We know about it. Just as you speak, try and concentrate on the concrete recommendation that you think the group of us should definitely take into account, okay? I know it's difficult because you're working all the time on an issue and it has wide ramifications, but try and concentrate on the concrete recommendation because I unfortunately have to be strict with the time. However, we have 10 minutes more so that we have a full hour with you. That said, I come to the first NGO speaking, the Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association, on on Article 10 and 11. Could you just raise that?
I need to
Could you
tell
just
them.
explain
I
that?
need to tell them the rules first.
I don't know what you're getting at. What do you want? What rules?
台湾家长守护妇幼权益协会在这里。
等一下，我要先跟大家，因为刚刚主席
I have to make some announcements about the time you have. For one group, you have only 2 minutes. If 2 groups are going to have one go, you have 4 minutes. For 3 groups, you have 5 minutes at one go. For before 30 seconds, we will have a ring. So you have to get ready to wrap up. If your time is up, we'll give you 2 rings. Then you have to stop then. Also, please pay attention to your speed. If you go too fast, it's going to be very difficult for our interpreters. Thank you. So we will speak accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I had misunderstood your points. I thought you were talking about displays and things like that, but these are the rules of how we proceed.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
Here we go. If you speak for more than one group, please let me know, okay? Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association, you have the floor.
Hello.
So that I know who's speaking.
Oh,
there you are. Thank you.
I'm from the Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. I want to talk about child and youth sexual exploitation prevention on the internet and also its mechanism. Our suggestion is that first, to increase the penalty of increase the level of penalty in Article 235 of the Article of the Criminal Code. And then we also need to have more channel to reporting, and also we need to provide more rewards for reporting. We also need to create a active control mechanism, and then to promote awareness, and then to ask the web operator to take more responsibility. And also this kind of education should be listed in the textbook. And then the Ministry of Education should formulate a project to raise awareness as to how to prevent exploitation, and then provide more funding and give enough training. Thank you.
I come to the next, number 2, Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance. You have the floor.
早安。
Morning. So our suggestions are, we believe that government should manage cybersecurity for youth, and then the government should formulate formal punishment instead of just ask web operator to control. And then the government should refer to the online harms white paper in the UK. The government should regulate the media and the web operator to protect children's private information, integrate the content of pornographic intent filtering service of major telecommunication companies, for example, pornographic guards of Taiwan Mobile Company. Third, require mobile app stores to enable parental supervision according to the age of underage user, so that users can only download age-appropriate applications. Number 4, train internet safety instructors to promote in schools. Number 5, cyber police should monitor Facebook, blogs, Twitter, Telegram, or app which recruit minors. These cannot be set as private groups for the safety of minors. Thank you.
我原本早，我是人权。
Morning. EB from Covenant's Watch. You mentioned the development for indigenous land, and the indigenous groups will give you a written report. I want to talk about the right to adequate living for people with disabilities. Yesterday, the government delegates mentioned in order to protect migrant domestic workers, we have to think about long-term care as well. The government knows where the root of the problem is, but the government has failed to coordinate across different agencies to follow up. We can see lots of households which hire migrant domestic workers. They hire them because they have, a member with disabilities, and because Taiwan doesn't provide a good system, that's why they need to hire migrant workers to take care of their family. So whenever human rights NGO talks about increasing providing better labor conditions for them, and then we will see a lot of opposition from this family because these families are disadvantaged enough. So government says that there are more than 200,000 people getting the respite service. It seems a lot. However, we can look at all these migrant workers, all the families is only to get 1 day of this respite service in 1 year. So Taiwan, as a developed country, we actually have a lot of resources, but however, we don't have a flexible long-term care system. We do not allocate our resources wisely. So the government spends a lot of money on long-term care. However, on the personal level, on the private level, the household are not able to get a lot of hours of respite service. So we can see every year we can see news of family deciding to kill their family member with disabilities, and then afterwards they kill themselves. So I think the government should set up a cross-agency planning task force so that they can deal with this dilemma. And I hope that you can refer to Article 5 or CRPT, talk about money transfer and personal account so that we can support these people so that they can have a personal disposal of the money. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Next is the Taiwan Women, Children's Rights and Benefit Association. Please, you have the floor.
请说. Hello, everyone. I'm Liang Meihui from the association in Taiwan. Because of the change of structure, the change of demographics and low birth rate and aging society and so on, we can see, women it's difficult. They are forced to leave their work to take care of family. It's difficult for them to come back to the workplace. We can see that it's difficult to promote them to come back to work. And we can see that for the past 2 years, the Ministry of Labor started to promote smaller scale projects with only 1 to 2 million new Taiwan dollar budget as a pilot project. However, now we can see this kind of project is not enough because we see now, there are fewer and fewer children being born, and during this pandemic, there is a strong shortage of labor force because Taiwan is a very important technology country. However, we do not have enough labor force. But we can see that this kind of women, they decided to quit their job and then take care of their family. But when their children grow up, they are not able to return to the workplace. So we can see that in terms of policy, there needs to be adjustment. I visited the Ministry of Labor, and then they have a program supporting women. However, we can see they refer to very old laws, like 20 to 30 years ago. These kind of laws are not able to accommodate the current situation, but they are not amending the laws. So every time we are having this kind of initiation, this awareness raising, but actually the ministry is not able to respond to current needs. That's why there are more and more poor women, if they have family difficulties, if they get a divorce, or when they get old, they have health problems. So in this low birth rate environment, we can see there are more and more poor women. So I hope that you can address that and put that in your concluding observations. Thank you.
We have the ROC Association of HIV/AIDS and Child Care. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm a doctor. Today we are talking about mother's health. Last Sunday was Mother's Day. However, Taiwan had a record high maternal mortality rate in 2019. In this tough situation, our legislator held a closed-door hearing unexpectedly in 2020, intending to legalize surrogacy. We all know that surrogate mothers have higher health risk because the oocytes are not theirs, so they have immune problems such as higher rate of hypertension or sorry, forgive me. Okay.
And by the way, you don't have to speak up. It's very clear.
Okay. I'm sorry. Because this is swinging, so I have to put it close to me, so became louder. High risk of placenta previa or placenta abruption. Surrogate exploitation, the rich by the poor. The babies became commodities. Defective babies of the surrogacy were abandoned by the intended parents. So surrogacy violates women's and children's rights. Taiwan cannot legalize this anti-human rights surrogacy. The other kinds of commodification of babies are donor-conceived babies. Some people ask our country to legalize sperm freely, donor-conceived freely. Psychotherapists say that these babies have many problems about their identity. For instance, some say that they feel more like a product than a person. Donor-conceived offspring Stephanie said in the United Nations that donor conception is for parents, not for babies' rights. So we cannot please protect human rights by not promoting donor-conceived babies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Taiwan Association of Gender, Sexuality Rights Protection. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make 2 points. First is about family support. Second is about child protection. The divorce rate in Taiwan is among the highest, and the birth rate is among the lowest in the world. The child abuse rate is getting higher for the last few years. So we suggest that government should provide more education and support for family, including first, enhance before and after marriage education, require colleges to offer courses on family education to ensure that young adults know about the meaning and value of family, require 12-hour consultation before marriage, to make sure that the couple can understand the rights, obligations, and regulations of both parties, promote pre-divorce buffer and support mechanisms, such as a period of separation and counseling, especially for those couples with young children. Provide education and support for child raising, and allow more flexible approach to parental leave. And the second point is about protecting children from internet and media pornography and violence. The present I-Wing institution only deals with ex post facto appeals. The government should do more on the prevention, including block the inappropriate websites and apps, and provide free blocking software for parents. All online programs and apps should be reviewed and marked with content ratings for parents and children to refer to. Encourage all people.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to cut you off. We're short of time. Thank you. We also have in writing your contribution. The Taiwan Association for Human Rights is next. You have the floor, madam.
政府主张依国内法计划审议。
So we can see there is a misunderstanding for forced eviction. We can see informal settlers are considered illegal occupants. So we can see that there is no protection for their security of tenure. And from the government information, we can see that we suggest we should set up a database to let us know more about the data of informal settler, and we should use the civil code to protect people. And before we provide all the assistance, we shouldn't force eviction. And there's a violation of the principle of proportionality. So the government is not complying with the UN's guidelines of eviction. So we should look into the current provisions in Taiwan and see the gap between Taiwan and the international covenants. And then, for example, in the local laws, suggests that there are no amendments to this law for the past 5 years, and there are a lot of problems. And then we can see that the settlers are not able to get any protection. So we can see that Xindian Liuguenzhen case is, and also Taoyuan and Shezhidao are also emergency cases here. So we should stop forced eviction. And then we can see there's a big gap between Taiwan and the UN principles.
Much. I ask all the others that come because we still have very many NGOs wishing to speak. So stick to the timing and to the bells. Next, it's the Shesi Dao Self-Help Organization. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So we are subject to a more than 50-year construction ban. Our houses are dilapidated, but we are not able to renew our houses. So they restrict our right to redevelopment, and they also use the so-called zone expropriation that is unique in the world. And this leads to mass forced eviction. And the government says that 80% of the local residents agree to the government's development project, but they didn't ask us whether we agreed or not. So they actually moved to land expropriation, and also the government claimed that they give us a compensation, fair compensation, but that is not true. We just want to live in a place that we are familiar with, and we also want to preserve our local culture. Zone expropriation violates our basic human rights. So this cannot be solved by compensation and resettlement alone. Zone expropriation violates Article 11 of the Covenant. Taiwan claims to be a democracy that respects human rights, but zone expropriation is being used again and again, and people are being forced out of their homes en masse. So we call on the Taiwanese government to abolish zone expropriation and stop robbing people of their land. We've been talking to the government again and again, but they never responded positively. So please ask the Ministry of the Interior to reject the Shezhidao development project, and the government needs to abolish zone expropriation, stop forced eviction. This is our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Tax and Legal Reform League. You have the floor.
Thank you. Here I am.
There.
Okay.
So I want to talk to you about a case that looks very complex because it has to do with taxation. But the case violates Article 11 of the Covenant. Government agencies often use laws or taxation rules to violate people's property rights. A lot of people's properties are being auctioned off, and this can be a violation of the right to survival and the right to housing. So I'll give you a concrete example, and I'll give some recommendations. One of the tax victims is Dr. L, who is internationally renowned. And he was invited to come back to Taiwan by the government. And he used a patent worth $300 million as the paid-in capital to set up a company. But the National Tax Bureau and the Taichung city government and so on, they actually approved the setup of the company, but then he received a tax bill that's about 100 million, but he did not sell his patents, and yet he was required to pay taxes. And Dr. L was not able to pay the tax, so his bank accounts, his home, and his thousands of patents were seized by the government and auctioned off. So taxation should not be a means to violate people's rights. When his house was auctioned off, he had nowhere to live. And also, laws and taxation should not be means to violate people's rights. Thank you.
You, and now you're going to have fun. I'm going to read out the next NGO that is down here in my wonderful Taiwanese. Fan Tai Nam Tie Lu De Si A Hua Dong Yi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Actually, I have a better translation document. Probably you can read. Okay. 这是我第3次来。
So this is the third time that I've attended this meeting. The last 2 times my home was still there, but this time around it's gone. So this is the Tainan Railway project. The land expropriation was unnecessary, and it was not for the greater public benefit. So I want to address the deficiency in the process. The government claimed that there are public hearings and consultation and so on, but I already provided some written documents to show that it was not the case. In the last 7-8 years, in every public hearing, police officers were sent in to remove people who did not agree, and some people were not even allowed to go in. And the government also planted fake residents to attend the meeting, and the chairman of the meeting will claim that the process was completed, and the police will be there to enforce this. So this happened, and again and again. We call on the government to make real public hearings compulsory. But here you can see pictures. You have someone who's kneeling down saying that we want to be able to really communicate with government, but this didn't happen. And several families saw their houses being demolished. And so basically we were encircled by police officers. The Zhang family cited the UN document saying that there should be a suspension of eviction because of COVID, but there was no positive response from the government, and we were removed. So the government showed so much hatred. And they also refused to provide resettlement to the victims. So I want to stress that this is not just a single case.
I have full sympathy with your plea, and you have made very, very well argued presentation to us in writing. We will take that into account, and you can address individual members of us in the breaks or things like that. But rest assured, we have taken fully account of your point. I come to the next.
Thank you.
Next group, which is the anti-Kaohsiung cities, 84th phase of self-owned city rezoning. You have the floor.
Hi, I come from Kaohsiung. I used to be very healthy, and I took the night coach. I took the night coach, as I said, and then when I got off from the coach, I discovered that I had lower back pain. So the government said there were public hearings and so on. That's not true. Not true at all. And I didn't know that the government was going to demolish my house. And then I protested. I said there was no due process. So in the government said that my house would be demolished in December 2020. I petitioned, but the government rejected my petition. So is this communication? My house was diminished. 2 of my houses were diminished. And it's so small. How can I live in it? I'm 74 now. I don't have a work. I don't have savings. I don't have a husband. I'm a widow. My 2 children are also sick. They cannot work. So, you see, I don't even have money. That's why I had to take a night coach. This is so painful for me. So I hope that the review committee can really speak up for the victims. It's not just me. We want to launch our strongest protest. It's not true that the government communicated with us. I don't have anything. I don't have my house. They forced me. And now they also want me to pay for the arbitration. And they also said that I occupied government land, but I bought that land myself. And they changed my registration. I don't have a house. I have nothing. I can't even live on. Please help me. Please help me.
Thank you. I feel very sorry for you, and we will definitely take into account in our work your particular case as well. Next, we have the Shancheng Science and Technology Park in Dongxi.
I have the first. I suppose I have the first. Okay. This is an appeal that has been going through 49 years about Taichung City Hall disregarding people's freedom of existence. I'm the representative of Taichung Dali Children Park number 50. I am facing a tough situation currently. First, the government officials try to occupy the private property of people and cover the illegal practices. Second, the public representative ignore the will of the people, even if to intimidate the people who own the land. Third, both of the officials and public representatives cooperated to make huge profit for themselves, and the construction company involved too. This is a typical land grabbing situation in Taiwan. However, the people who own land are scared and hopeless. They can't do anything with this situation. Therefore, we are here asking for help. We also hope our Taichung City Mayor, Lu Xiuyan 市长妈妈, could pay attention to this matter, helping and protecting her people. Don't trust the Taiwanese government to say that they run all the land plan with legal procedure, because they always try their best to hide the truth and cover the rejection from resistance. The compensation fund also to be embezzled by officials. I can't believe they tell a lie in public today. So please help us.
Yes.
Please save us. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to ask the public infrastructure and children playground number 50. Could you please answer? Nobody here from that group? Okay.
She just spoke.
Yeah.
They just swapped because you actually skipped 12, and then the organization that just spoke was number 12. You announced number 13.
So now I take Sorry? 13. Which is...
Please use the microphone.
Which is Shancheng Science and Technology Park, Dongxi, District, Taixing City, and Anti-Self-Organization and Redistricting Self-Help Meeting. You have the floor.
Good morning. Let me try to switch on my microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'm the representative of our organization. Thank you for listening to us. So our area is an industrial zone, and after the redistricting, it's also an industrial zone. So what's the point of this redistriction? And we also are located on a water resource protection area. We have an official in our NGO. He wanted to build a hand tool factory, but the proposal was rejected because the government said that it's a water resource protection area, so a factory is not allowed. But then the government actually approved the building of a science and technology park. So if you want to build a science and technology park, why can't we build a hand tool industry factory? We are old. We don't understand the redistricting project. We didn't know about it. They didn't notify the landowners. When we learned about it, there was a meeting. And thanks to all the local residents, we actually defeated the government in the vote. So I hope that you can help us, because we don't have a job. We are farmers. So please help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Next is the Hongfu Self-Organized City Rezoning and Self-Rescue Association and Kamioka Dafudi Self-Saving Association. You have the floor.
Dear United Nations Human Rights Committees, my name is Christopher Zheng, representing thousands of families suffering from land plundering here in Taiwan. I swear to the Almighty that every word I'm going to say is true. We all know that government is set up to serve her citizens, and laws are made to uphold justice and righteousness in society. But in Taiwan, as far as the land policy is concerned, it's a totally different story. Taiwan is a country of authoritarian land plundering and bullying. As the saying goes, money is the root of all evil. In Taiwan, the easiest way to make big money is by plundering land. So government officials, financial groups, legislators, city councilors, mayors, judicial and police agents, and gangsters, they would all collude with each other to form a strong group of land plundering bandits. And the government is the leader of the bandits. Innocent and powerless people have totally no right to the land they have lived for several generations and are ruthlessly evicted from their roots. As the proverb goes, be it so humble, there is no place like home. A house is not a home. In other words, home is priceless. It is the root, the basic right to every human being. Therefore, I implore your Honorable United Nations Human Rights Committee to investigate the facts of land plundering in Taiwan and uphold justice and righteousness for innocent and powerless people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And next is the Ishioka Anti-Expropriation United Self-Rescue Association. You have the floor.
Dear members, I'm from this self-help association. Listening to the government officials, actually what they told were total lies. You can see the picture that I have in my hands. These are what's really happening during the public hearings. There's no negotiation, there's no resettlement assistance, there's no reasonable compensation. There were only violence and expulsion. So from the very beginning, everything was kept in the dark. It wasn't open to the public. Only the Taichung government website were announcing this information, but people didn't check the website. We didn't know that we were going to be expropriated. So here I want to let you know that in Taiwan, it's difficult for people to live a very stable life. So the government used violent force, used the power of the police to control us. So that it's a great violation of human rights. We do not have any freedom. We do not have any democracy. So I just wanted to show you the truth. All the pictures are the best evidence to see how the police exercise the right. They use violence against all of us, whether we are young or old, men or women. We're just trying to protect our homeland. We're just trying to raise our voices, to let our voices be heard. They say that they provide resettlement, but there's no such thing. There's another project in New Taipei City. There is a woman named Shu Hua. Her house was also taken away because of the collusion of the government and the businesses. So our land were taken away by the government, and this lady is now homeless. Her home has been demolished, so she can only put up a tent on the side of the road. And when the government demolished her house, and then she was forced to pay certain expenses and charge. So she's in debt. So she used this bicycle as a tool of transportation, and she can only live in a small tent. So this picture shows you can see her tent versus a big building. So that's really, you can see that Taiwan is really not a country of democracy, and this is a very vicious government. If we have any protests, they wouldn't let media to report on that. And they use the media to suppress us, say that we are blocking development and construction. They say we just want money. But it's not the truth. We want negotiation, we want coordination, we want communication. And this is a very vicious government. Like for our case, they could have, used the public land for their development purposes, but they didn't want to do that. They had to take people's land away from us. They had to take our property, our houses away from us. So you can see all the development projects in Taiwan are the products of collusion between the government and big businesses. So they are all about land speculation.
I gave you the extra time because you already spoke on number 16, Ping Tai's anti-forced eviction as well. So next is the number 85, Kaohsiung City Readjustment Self-Help Club. I have a feeling that the last 5 ones were really all related to the same. Maybe they should have done a joint submission, and in the written parts, it would be good in future that you not all say the same thing, but bring it together, and because then it sinks in better. But here, of course, I understand you want to give your personal views, and we respect that. So you have the floor now. Number 85, car seeing city readjustments of health club.
我是高雄85期从化。
So I have to say that the government killed us. The government in Kaohsiung killed people in my family. We had a very happy. So they had a project about a river construction project, but they benefited all the businesses and they wanted to take my land away. The government forced me. Well, actually, I tape recorded everything. The government threatened me about taking my house away. You can see poor people have no home to live. They blocked our entrance of the way. So this is really a very vicious government. And to
interrupt you, sorry, you already made that point earlier on. We know you are in a terrible personal situation, which we fully understand, and we feel very sorry for you, and we will take it into account in our concluding observations when we come to them. I next give the floor to Kaohsiung Okayama Anti-Immigration Self-Rescue.
I haven't used up all of my time. How come you cut me off? I haven't used up my 2 minutes. You cannot do that to me. You can see we were all evicted from our home. We have no place to live. You cannot do this to me. And the control yuan were not helping us as well. And the Kaohsiung court also ruled that the Kaohsiung government was violating the law. I'm lucky that the court supported us, but still, we still face the danger of being evicted and demolished. So this is a very vicious government. So really, I want to plead the committee members to help us, to ask the government to stop grabbing land, stealing land away from people, to stop forced eviction. Please help us. I'm in my 60s. I have 3 grandchildren from only 3 to 5 years old. And there are more than 10 people in my family. The government used this runway to take away our properties. You can imagine that there is such a government in this world. How can we survive like this? Really, there's nowhere for us to go. I'm married to my husband for 46 years, and then we had only 1 house, and now the house is gone. Really, there's nowhere, so there's nothing we can do. The government is forcing us to die. How can we house our 3 grandchildren? Please really help us. Can you imagine that we have an administration like this in the government? How can we live like this?
Well, thank you very much for this presentation, and we are full of sympathy with what you say. But you help us most, and you did that in writing as well, which we have received, and we will take it into account in coming to our concluding observations. And I know you've come especially the way, and we know the difficulties you had in coming here, and we're full of respect for that, and we'll see what can be done. Okay. Next, I have the Oh, we just did that. The Danshai Phase 2 Anti-Levy Self-Rescue Association.
Okay, dear.
Sorry?
冈山。
我麻烦主席给我多一点时间。
冈山呢？
那边不要关掉。
What's happening?
他现在叫我讲。
叫冈山。
Can you give me extra time?
The Danhai Phase 2 Anti-Levy Self-Rescue Association.
Right.
You have the floor.
麻烦给我多一点时间。
Please give me extra time because the project is very large. There's too many households in this project. We were all affected because most of the residents here are farmers. We are not an expert of the law, so the government is bullying us because we lack legal knowledge as farmers. When the Nationalist Party came to Taiwan, we got the land, and then in the beginning they expropriated our land. We didn't have too much land, and then my father was a poor man because his land was appropriated. He had to rent land from other people, and he didn't have a good harvest, so he had a very difficult life. And now, according to the Zone Expropriation Act, and we were included in the project for Phase 1 during the expropriation period, the landowners requested that there has to be a medical area in the new town. And then afterwards, the construction agency recently sold this medical area to a big businesses. So really, this is selling our property. This is a scam. And this is a new town project. And the government expropriated our land. 60% were donated to the government. 30% was used for public use. They actually delineated the ocean area as the so-called public use area, and they sold our private land for their own benefits. This is unreasonable expropriation. Of course, we refuse that. We argue for that, but the government denied us with the benefits and the rights that we deserved. And another issue is that for the residents, for the residential area, all the residents still keep our farmer qualifications. And then the Farmer Association showed that we have to show our qualifications. Otherwise, we cannot no longer be eligible for farmer insurance. But they say because our property is now used for residential purposes, no longer farming purposes, so we are not farmers anymore. So they say we are not farmers. 好。
然后法院还有一个，为什么？
And also, there's no justice. I have proof, and I actually won the case. They said there was a compensation case, and the district court would be hearing the case because this would become a civil case. And then I went to the district court, and the judge said no. And then maybe you should try the next judge. It's really terrible.
Very much indeed, and I give the floor back because I went over the Kiaisung Okayaman Anti-Immigration Self-Rescue Association. I thought they were talking about the same issue, the Kiaisung, number 85, and the Lao Okayama. So I give another 2 minutes.
Okay, dear. This is Gangshan Anti-Eviction Association from Gangshan, Kaohsiung City, Taiwan. Petitioner Huang Yanyin My home was built has a history of near 80 years since Japanese colonial period, but it had been torn down by Kaohsiung City Police Department on June 2015. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights had guarantee of residency. Kaohsiung City Police Department is illegal because they dismantled my house, and now I am lost my home. I become a homeless. My appeal, I want to move back to the original location. The government need to listen to the police, to the voice of the people opinions to prevent the people from becoming homeless. 家被拆很可怜，无家。
My home was demolished. I have no home.
Keep the rain and storm away. And very terrible every day. So I just have to ask one, negotiation, two arrangement. 协商跟安置是我。
So I want negotiation. I want resettlement. This is what we want. There's no resettlement, no negotiation, and this is what we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this concise exposition of the problems that you described. And thankfully, you have also given us in full, in writing, the points that you made. We're aware of that. And the last one on my list is the Taiwan Land Justice Action Union. You have the floor, please.
I'm here. Right. So you've already heard many different cases. And from these cases, I believe that you know that people really face very difficult situations, and some of them are living in utter misery. And government officials are lying. They claim that there's judicial remedy, but in the majority of cases, before the court decision, the government already moved to demolish people's houses. The government also said that the information is open, and that's an even bigger lie. So take the Tainan Railway project example. I asked them for information. They didn't give me the information. And when I got the information, they said that they had already destroyed the information. So the government is doing this on purpose to hide the information, because upon further investigation, you will see that they have close relationship with construction companies. So they're colluding with construction companies. And Chen Ju, the president of the Control Yuan, she was the mayor of Kaohsiung. When she was in office, a lot of forced eviction cases also happened. Now more forced evictions are happening in the name of development. For example, in Jiayi, and the government wanted to expropriate 6% of the land. In fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and I actually included a report from Business Weekly, and you will see that the problem is very serious in Taiwan. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. This was a very important meeting. It was also, in part, very touching and moving, and we're full of understanding of the situation. And as you know, this is the third time that this committee makes recommendations, and your points have been taken into account. and we will carefully think what best can, what alternatives there are, and how to deal with the people that suddenly become homeless, and that the government remains responsible for them and have to provide alternative housing, even if these people don't want that alternative housing, but no one should be left dying on the street without a roof and in winter. So we take all this into account, yes, and I'll give the floor to my colleagues to say a word each. Yes, Jesus.
Thank you. I just want to say a few things because there might be some misunderstanding. Some of you said that we are UN Human Rights Committee members. We are here all in our individual capacity. And although some of us have been on the committee, they are no longer. I am currently a member of the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, but I'm not representing the committee. It's my individual participation, so I don't represent, so please don't misunderstand. We are not here from the UN. It's our individual participation. So that's one thing. Secondly, some of the issues that you raised, for example, the issue of surrogate mother or surrogation, that issue was not raised in our dialogue with the government officials. We cannot raise any issues. We cannot include in our concluding observations and recommendations when we didn't raise the issue. So maybe some issues that have not been dealt with in our conversation with the government, maybe that can be raised next time, yeah, when we have plenty of enough information to raise, because we need some correct information to find out the reality. So for example, how many surrogate mothers are currently in Taiwan, or what are the problems, etc. So please understand that we cannot raise all the issues that you have raised. So that's my second point. And then thirdly, on this land and housing issue, which is very important, if the Taiwan Land Justice Action Union can provide, all the information, how many different areas, how many households are involved, because we hear individual cases from this area, so it is not easy for us to grasp the gravity of the situation. So, for example, Tainan Underground Railroad Station, how many households are involved, and etc. So that would help. And then please understand that if you don't include all the individual cases, because this needs to be dealt as a group issue of development and land grabbing and housing issues. So for those of you who said that your houses were demolished, we cannot pinpoint, this family, we cannot do that. So it would be dealt with as a group, yeah? And it will be a long process. Yep. And I expect that certainly it will continue into the next phase, yes. Maybe 4 or 5 years later or so.
Okay.
So thank you for your understanding.
Yes, thank you. And just as a footnote, we are not a court of justice to judge on the issues. We are there to advise and recommend to the government what they should do, in the light of what my colleague just has said. And for the next reporting period, please try and make joint submissions, a sort of parallel report to the government's report. I know that here you might prefer to speak individually, but usually the points get better across if you have one speaker who speaks on behalf of all, and you just come and assist if additional questions come up.
May I say something to answer your question? I can roughly tell you, every city, every county in Taiwan have over 100, 200, or 300 land planting cases, and it takes only 7 persons, no matter the case how big, thousands of families, hundreds of families, it takes only 7 persons to start a land planting program. And government is in the back. And gangsters, when they all come in, you living in this area for hundreds of years, 200 years, 300 years, you have no right to your land. The government say you are illegal to live here because they do some paperwork, and you are under land planting. And those who come from outside, they can take 60% or 50% of your land. They are legal.
Okay.
And you go through judicial system, you can never win.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's why we say 47 years of suffering.
Yes,
you live 200 years, no right, that's not your land.
Okay.
But you pay taxes for your land, for your houses.
Okay, thank you. I give the floor to as the last speaker, to Rosalind Noonan. You have the floor.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank everybody who's come, including from some distance and at some personal cost, to share their stories with us, because actually it's the individual stories that really have the power to convey the human rights issues. Now, as my colleagues have said, it's true, we are a review committee that meets only once every 4 years. That's a long time. We can highlight, as Jesus has said, the systemic issues, but we can't deal with the individual issues. But your individual stories have an impact on how we can highlight the systemic issues. But what I want to suggest is that you now have in Taiwan a National Human Rights Commission. And one of the roles of a National Human Rights Commission is to actually investigate, to undertake a national inquiry into whether it's land grabbing or whatever. Now, I know some of you are very skeptical. Some of you are very skeptical of the potential, but unless but I think that it is within the Commission's mandate, and elsewhere commissions have been able to make an impact on issues that have been absolutely, irresolvable in the past. But one of the things I should say is that the issues you are dealing with, to you, they are very clear-cut, but they occur in the context of a very complex legal framework, economic framework, development framework. So that's one of the reasons why an effective national human rights institution can investigate, inquire, and look at all of those issues, giving priority to the impact on individuals and how those might be dealt with differently. And I just think that if I was you, I wouldn't want to wait 4 years for the next time there was a review committee, to be honest. I'd be looking at what are the other options. And there may be some others as well, but that's just, a suggestion that I make. And once again, if I can just conclude by saying thank you very much for coming and for sharing what are very painful, difficult stories, and I can only wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I want to give you
one
last word to you.
Well, in Taiwan, land grabbing is not individual cases. This is actually a large-scale systemic plundering done from the national government. Actually, you asked us to go to the National Human Rights Commission. This is a ridiculous thing because Chen Ju, the president of the Control Yuan, is engaged in land plundering. Our president, vice presidents of the city are engaged in land plundering. You can see a developer, important developer in Taiwan is actually part of the advisor to the presidential office. The reason why we seek help from you is because these government officials are afraid the international community to know that Taiwan is not a country of democracy. Everything is fake. They are hiding the truth from you. So please, maybe you are not able to put a constraint on the government, but you have to let the world know, let the UN know, let other countries know about the situation in Taiwan. There was a National Human Rights Committee rated Taiwan as a highly democratic country, but I disapprove of that.
Much for, also for your view, which you have expressed clearly and forcefully, and it is taken into account. Now then, we will break for lunch, and this afternoon we continue with Article 12 on the right to health, and then on Article 13 and 15 in the afternoon. So please come back, and you saw that we did not cut into your time. In fact, we gave you a little more time than was actually possible. So with that, good lunchtime, and Qi Qi.
再次谢谢委员以及我们。
Thank you again. Thank you. And we have prepared lunch boxes for you. And our afternoon session, Cluster 5, will begin at 2 o'clock with the government. And then the meeting with NGOs will begin at 5:20. Thank you.
"台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。 台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制， 并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。 台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。 9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权 是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾 是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。 9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权 是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾 是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制， 并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。 台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。 9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权 是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾 是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。台湾是连续3年被评为亚洲唯一公民活动自由度开放的国家。我们乐于参与相关议题，并举办国际论坛。9大人权公约已持续在国内法制化和建立审查机制，并制定同婚专法，让台湾成为亚洲率先捍卫同性婚姻的国家，落实平等及保障多元文化的精神。人权是台湾最美丽的风景。
Please do.
两位第3次国家报告国。
Cluster 4 of the session is going to begin. We'll be looking at articles from number 12 to number 15, as well as COR points number 46 to 51. And also, before the delegate speaks, please raise your hand and identify yourself so that it will be a lot easier for the experts to know who you are. And also, please slow down to facilitate interpretation. Thank you.
Yes. Well, a very good afternoon to you all. We now come to a next group of articles which are very important and really show how relevant in human rights aspects the right to health, the right to education, and the various cultural rights under the Covenant are. I suggest that we begin with Article 12 questions and answers, and then we'll make a short coffee break of 10 minutes, and then we spend the rest of the afternoon until 5 o'clock with questions relating to Article 13, the right to education, and cultural questions, which are big chunks, okay? So that said, I'll give the floor to you, Minister, if you can briefly start on Article 12.
Thank you all the experts for attending the session. Today, we have different government agencies representatives. We have representatives from Ministry of Education, from Judicial Yuan, as well as from Ministry of Economic Affairs and Ministry of Science and Technology. And we also have a representative from Ocean Affairs Council, OAC, and also we have Council of Indigenous Peoples. We also have Department of Gender Equality from the Executive Yuan. And then we have NCC, National Communications Commission. We have representative from the National Palace Museum, and also one expert from Atomic Energy Council. We also have representative from Ministry of Health and Welfare, and also Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of the Interior, National Immigration Agency, and also Hakka Affairs Council. So with that, thank you. We're ready.
I wish my former colleagues at the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights could see the impressive specialist attendants from the government departments are here. So I look forward to a really constructive dialogue. Article 12 is my pigeon, so I'm going to ask many questions, and my colleagues have said I should remain in the chair, but if they have the feeling that I'm overdoing it, they will signal it to me. Okay. My first question relates to juvenile inmates in prisons. I don't want to discuss the situation of inmates in prison generally, because that's a civil and political rights sphere. I want to look at the health care that is being provided to them. In prisons, in pre-trial detention, and in police administrative custody. And I would be happy if you could explain a little more what you mean by police administrative custody. And lastly, migration center detention centers. On that, and then when we ask for figures and things like that, like this morning on the environmental question, we really appreciate it in future that we get data year by year, disaggregated, as we call it, so that we can compare whether the advances have been made or whether there were in fact failings. And if there were failings, what are the reasons for them? There can be very good reasons, like a tsunami or natural catastrophe, or an earthquake, which I felt the day before yesterday. There was one apparently, but that was a light one. Now then, in relation to that first question, juvenile inmates in prison, what if they have severe illnesses like HIV/AIDS? You, in your answer to our second list of issues, you mentioned tooth loss and damaged dentures and treatment for that, and about police proceedings. And I see that you that you differentiate between regulations in the Juvenile Deviant Behavior and Counseling Protection of Children and Youth Welfare Rights Act. And on the other hand, you have the Social Order Maintenance Act, the SOMA. And the SOMA really, the question of safety, public safety, is in the foreground. And I'd be very interested to know how you deal with this, not conflict, but these different approaches. The rights-based regulation versus the Social Order Maintenance Act, which is more administrative and police law. I'll leave it at that for the moment. Who would like to respond? I give the question back to you.
Thank you for the question. For the first question, I will have the Ministry of Justice to answer this. And also for the police and administrative custody. So about the two pieces of acts. And also you mentioned that the right to environment, because this afternoon we do not have representative from the EPA, so he will provide information to you further. So I would like to ask the Ministry of Justice to answer this. I'm from the Agency of Corrections. So for the healthcare provided to these detention centers, so from 2013, all the detention centers are covered by the National Health Insurance Program. So we can see that all these detainees in the prisons, whether they are adults or youth, they are all covered by the National Health Insurance Program. So they enjoy the same benefits as regular people. Thank you. And also the police administration, the MPA. Well, he will be here soon. So Social Order Maintenance Act. So this is kind of administrative punishment. So we can see that there has been amendments to these acts because the old act failed to comply with a lot of human rights protection. And for this Social Order Maintenance Act, have different penalty systems like monetary penalty or imprisonment penalty. And I believe that this act can be further improved. And when the MPA representative comes, he will give you further detail. And the Ministry of Justice gave you a rough explanation. For our prisoners or detainees, they're taken good care of, because we work with medical institutions. For youth detainees, inmates, if they have any medical needs, we will, because we have worked with hospitals and doctors that will come in and treat these inmates.
Perhaps you could call upon the colleague from the ministry when he comes, okay? And I'll give him the floor then immediately, okay? Are there any other departments that have views on this? No. Then I come to my next question. In administrative detention centers, in the Social Order Maintenance Act in Chapter 7 and regulations thereto, dealing with questions of food, clothing, and hygiene, who controls the human rights of the inmates in such a situation? And how often is this done? How often are they controlled from outside what goes on in those institutions regarding physical and mental health? I give the floor back to you, Mr. Minister.
那谢谢委员哈。那
Our MPA representative has arrived. So he will answer the first question that the chair mentioned. Dear experts, I'm from the MPA, and for your question, for the police detention facilities, we do not actually detain juveniles, because if there are any violation, if juveniles breaks the law, they will be sent to the juvenile court. So for juveniles, they are relevant Juvenile Behavior Act. So if they commit a crime that violates the criminal code, there will be, we'll have the Juvenile Justice Act for them. So this is a special procedure for youth, and it takes precedence over the Social Order Maintenance Act. So we follow this Juvenile Justice Act to deal with juveniles. So for the administration custody, if there's any problem happening to the youth, like health and clothing, do you have any arrangement for that? I'm from the Ministry of the Interior. For the Social Order Maintenance Act, in terms of health care provided by detention centers, we have a regulation for that. For the detainees, if they have health problems, or when they are being detained, if they have some health issue, then we can use that regulation to suspend detention temporarily until this person recovers from health. And also, if in the detention center the person feels sick, we can follow the regulation to escort him to outside hospital.
Right, let me ask one more question. So in our administrative custody system in Taiwan, what is the implementation in Taiwan like, and how are we going to improve the system? Can you also provide answer to that? So regarding administrative custody, first of all, we have to refer to the court. The judge has to make a decision before a person can be put into custody. We now also have a draft law. So we are going to abolish administrative custody, and this draft is being sent to the Executive Yuan. Right, so allow me to give you more information. So I think there will no longer be administrative custody in the future, because this should be in the remit of the court. It should be the court that decides that. So we will abolish this system.
Thank you very much for the precise answer. I come to my next question, based on the answer to number 16 in the replies to the second list of issues. Please explain the mental disabilities of inmates. What is understood by mental disabilities there concretely? What is included, what is not included, and according to temporary detention, the Immigration Act is being dealt with by the National Immigration Agency, which then decides whether temporary detention of alien is necessary or not. Now that's a very gooey expression, is necessary. If you could please explain it. Are there criteria of reasonableness? Are there criteria of proportionality, or what? And what are the procedures for appeal and going to court, and what happens in the interim time? Do they remain in detention while the case is pending? And that might take very long. So if you could answer that question too.
Right, so there are three parts in your question. So regarding the inmates with mental disabilities, maybe the Justice Ministry can also respond. Regarding foreign nationals, the immigration agency can respond. And also, whether there are channels for remedies, will also respond to that. And National Police Agency, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm from the National Police Agency. So, regarding Social Order Maintenance Act for mentally ill people, we have provisions for people with mental disabilities or mental illness. So, when the police are investigating or when a case is heard in a court, will consider the individual situation of the people. If mental illness can be a mitigating factor, then this will be taken into consideration. And also, according to our regulations, if people cannot be detained, they are not fit to be detained because of health issues or illnesses, then we can also send them to hospital or seek medical help. National Immigration Agency, please. Hi. So you mentioned if foreign nationals have mental illnesses, can they be detained? According to our regulations, for foreign nationals who are mentally ill, they do not necessarily have to be sent to the detention center of the immigration center. If they need medical help, we will also do so. Hi.
Who decides on the question whether there is a disability or not?
National Immigration Agency, can you provide very brief overview whether there will be some kind of evaluation system? And also, over the years, have you encountered any cases? National Immigration Agency here. So regarding foreign nationals, before they are sent to large-scale detention centers, they will be interviewed so that we can have an idea of whether they have any illnesses or whether they have any health complaints. So there will be an evaluation. Now, if they can be detained, then they will be sent to the detention center. So currently, we don't have any detainees who have mental illnesses. Thank you. Corrections, Agency of Corrections, please. Right. So regarding inmates with mental illnesses, so for when we admit detainees with mental illnesses, we already we actually examine them, and we also examine them whenever necessary. And those holding disability cards or with psychiatrist diagnosis certificates will be listed for further management. And we also provide them with medication when necessary. And if necessary, we also escort them to outside hospitals. And if necessary, we will also send them to psychiatric hospitals for further care. And when any mentally ill inmate is released, according to Article 31 of the Mental Health Act, we will notify the competent health authorities in their jurisdictions where they live. We'll also notify their family members. And and also, we also have a system for them to return to society. And we also work with other authorities, and we coordinate meetings so to help inmates who are released transition back to society. And for community support, so every 6 months we have a coordination meeting, and the local health administration, social work administration, police administration, labor administration, probation, and aftercare people will be invited. And from September last year to April this year, we have held 48 such meetings, and 71 people were released and transitioned back to society. Thank you.
好的，谢谢法务部。
Thank you, the Agency of Corrections. So here I would also like to add some information. So for people who have mental illnesses, in terms of sentencing, our prosecutors and judges actually take the mental illnesses into consideration. Sometimes the people will be acquitted or they will be dealt with in another method rather than going through the criminal law system. And if they need to be sent to the correctional facilities, our Ministry of Justice, in fact, has a very comprehensive evaluation system. So if they need medical help, our correctional facilities will also help. So their illnesses will not be overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you for this very precise answer from the various departments. I'd like to just know one thing. In all the remarks that you've just made in answer to the question, I heard the word human right not once. Is Article 12 actually involved, and the various parts that are involved? Is there a sort of training program for policemen? Is there a training program for the criminal justice system, things like that? Or, you know, just that they're aware that this is not just a factual decision, but that human rights positions are involved. I'd be very happy if a brief answer could be given to that.
National Police Agency, can you respond to that? So the reviewers are looking at not just the deprivation of freedom of the certain people, but they also want to know whether the people have been educated, whether they have the awareness. So I think we've done a lot. So we are not only focusing on quantity, we're also focusing on the quality of implementation. So I would, if you permit, I will also provide you with other information. So on the 1st of June, our anti-stalking law will take effect. And we need to be able to truly protect the safety of women, and the police have conducted a lot of training sessions. And as I said, we're not only focusing on quantity, we're also focusing on the quality of such training. We'll provide written documents for you.
Thank you very much, because this picks up what we discussed yesterday, and I'm glad that you brought it up again. Okay. Next, my next question is a never-ending one. Orchid Island, the nuclear waste removal. And I remember way back in 2012, when we met first, in the first session, this was raised. Then in 2017, we raised it again. And you told us that a lot of strategies and plans were involved and were being dealt with, finding a new site, and whether it was agreed. And I'd like to know what are the latest developments now. We had the impression that in 2017 that it was about to be implemented, and that it would take another year and then it would be over. That hasn't happened. And perhaps you could explain a little bit the reasons why that wasn't possible. And do you have a new timeline for this? And we are, of course, like you, aware of the immense problems, because nobody wants to have a nuclear waste site next to where they are living. So finding an alternative place is not easy. But apparently you have found one, and you're encountering a lot of opposition from the local community there and the regional community. So if you could please give an update statement on Orchid Island, because the health of the people affected From doctors' reports, we know that the long-term effect, even of low-intensity nuclear material, causes very serious cancer. And the difficulty there being that since it's a long-time effect, it's very difficult. What are the causal factors when there are lots of different possibilities? What could be responsible for the evolution of a cancer? How you deal with that? But the main point is, why hasn't it been implemented yet? I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you for your question. So regarding this issue, in our government, this is within the remit of the Economics Ministry. And you want to have the updated information regarding the relocation and also the health of the local residents of Lanyu. And thirdly, the new storage sites. We've been communicating with the indigenous Tao or Yami people. So there are 3 questions. Can the Economics Ministry respond? Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I come from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Allow me to respond to the questions. The first question is about the most updated information of the relocation project. So according to regulations, in 2012, we in fact already announced Wuqiu in Kinmen and also Daren Township in Taidong County. So we had 2 candidate sites. However, we needed to conduct referendum to ask people's approval, and the local governments will basically received a lot of pressure from local residents, so the proposals were rejected, and we could not relocate the nuclear waste to one of these 2 sites. So the relocation did not happen. And in response to this result, the Taiwan Power Company, or Taipower, in fact discussed with the Atomic Energy Council, or AEC, to work on an interim storage site. And at the Executive Yuan, there's also a nuclear-free homeland task force. So currently, we are still working on the interim storage site and related regulations. But once again, we need to communicate with local communities, so we are being very careful. And this is the most updated situation. In terms of medical care, so in the Council of Indigenous Peoples, they actually conducted an investigation, and they asked for compensation, they asked for relocation, and also medical help and development. The survey was completed, the investigation was completed in 2018, and the Thai Power Company and the Ministry of Health and Welfare worked together to offer health checkups to local people. So that took place from 2018 to 2019. So within those 2 years, health checkups were provided to local residents. And the Thai Power Company promised that before the relocation of the nuclear waste, the company will work with the Council of Indigenous Peoples to monitor the radiation level to ensure that everything is within the threshold, so that there will not be very high risks.
And lastly, in terms of compensation, we established a fund last year, and then altogether there is a compensation of 2.55 billion new Taiwan dollars to support Lanyu. And this year, 56 million has been budgeted for the care of people in Lanyu. Thank you. Well, the problem of this waste storage site, this is a difficult challenge for us because, because of the NIMBY phenomenon, nobody wants it to have it in your backyard. So this is NIMBY challenge. So it's really difficult to find a final storage site. So, well, a colleague told you about having two candidates, one in Kinmen, one in Daren. However, still local residents feel that I don't want to have the storage site, near my home. However, for the right to health for all the Lanyu residents is still very important to us. So their right to health, as well as compensation, and so on. We continue to strengthen our measures, and the President's High also values this. So we'll continue to make efforts to see if we can overcome this problem.
I like what you said about NIMBY, not in my backyard. That's exactly what all countries experience at the moment when it comes to protection of the environment and pollution. But and that you've decided not to look for a final storage site, although you know that question is coming up sometime, that you are looking for an interim storage site that could be used presumably to talk to the affected groups of society, that it is not a permanent measure, but until such time that they can be done, but that it cannot be kept on Orchid Island, Lanyu, as you said. Well, I have two more small questions. The first one is on bullying and fighting incidents in prisons. You give a very short answer in question 17 of your answers to the second list of issues. Bullying and fighting, when you have youngsters and young grown-ups together, it is invariable that they don't just talk, and otherwise they wouldn't be in the detention center or in prison. But how do you cope with the sociological problem, which is a fact of life, and then leads bullying and being I don't know the exact word for it, but when you have the bullying and that one person remains outside and then gets health problems because of that. And of course, this is primarily the responsibility of the detention center officials there. But what if medical implications are involved? And what if an outside doctor would say, no, it's nothing serious, and an inside member says it is something that needs to be done, and the reverse, which is more often, that the insider says, the control officer says, no, it's normal and we can deal with it locally, but the doctor would say, no, it needs immediate treatment. How do you resolve such problems and conflicts? Thank you.
I'll ask the Agency of Corrections to answer this question. Well, we can see bullying incidents in prisons. Are there a lot of these problems? And if there are any cases like this, if they have medical needs, or some people, maybe they are marginalized, and then how can the prisons deal with that? From the Agency of Corrections. For young people detained in detention center or prisons, it's unavoidable to see bullying. And then there are measures for correction institutions to prevent and handle cases of sexual assault, sexual harassment, sexual bullying, and other bullying incidents of inmates. But there is a commission saying that these measures are not applicable for youth reformatory institutions. So there is actually a campus bullying prevention guidelines. So we should use this guideline to set up a mechanism. And we are now inviting relevant agencies and also reformatory schools to organize practical measures to be used in this kind of correction institutions. And you mentioned that, or maybe some people, they are not bullied directly. Maybe they witness this kind of incidents. In that case, will they need outside doctor to treat them? And then we have 4 reformatory schools, and we have counselors, we have psychologists, we have social workers in this kind of reformatory schools. So we have also teachers. For every class, they have their own homeroom teacher and so on. So for all the staff, they have a high level of care to the youth. They can discover if there are any problems. For counselors, for teachers, because we have enough headcounts and the staff in these reformatory schools, so they have very frequent interaction with the juveniles to see whether they are being bullied, or maybe they witness incidents of bullying, and then they maybe suffer from any issues. So when they are being bullied or when they witness a bullying, and then our counselors, our psychologists are able to provide counseling to these people. If we find it necessary, we will refer them to our psychiatrists who visit the reformatory schools. If there are no such doctors, we will send them to outside hospitals.
For this full response. I've got 2 more, a relatively small one and a large one. The small one is on HIV/AIDS. We all know that fortunately the numbers have decreased in recent years because of the many measures that have been taken to combat that disease. But STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, in fact increased, and it increased significantly. Particularly the figures for gonorrhea and syphilis amongst teenagers has just exploded. I would really like to know what the Ministry of Health, I presume, is the key responsible, what they have to say about measures that have been taken, and above all, what results have been achieved or interim results in this. Because it could be publications of safe sexual behavior, making television statements, or articles in school journals, articles in the national press, and picking up individual cases to explain it to them, against the protest of many parents who think that the education is the primary responsibility of parents, and not of the school and the state. What are the results on teachers training, which you describe in the answer to the second list of issues, and the teaching materials on school sex education? That's very impressive, but what are the results? Have the figures gone down also for these diseases? And yes, I have a point, but presumably that one only has to think about it, and that is, are students participating in any new drafts or any such measures to hear how they see the issue, so that you don't pass something which they will just ignore or bypass? That's a very big problem. It's not a legal problem, but it's one of awareness raising. So I would appreciate an answer to that question, because we have had this in the first concluding observation, and we had it in the second concluding observations, and I was just surprised that the STDs were not improved. But I appreciate that you quite openly and frankly admit that there's a problem, and then we can discuss how to go about and maybe support new measures that the government is taking as laudatory, and what the difficulties might be. Thank you. I give back to you, Deputy Minister.
So there are two parts in this question: STDs in Taiwan, the current situation in Taiwan, and also the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Do you have any measures to reduce that? And next, sex-related education. Well, there are a lot of measures in the Ministry of Education. There are a lot of new teaching materials, but are they, harvesting results? So can I have Ministry of Health and Welfare to go first?
Hi, come from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. So regarding the question you just asked, in Taiwan, among teenagers, the number of STDs, the incidence seems to be rising. And in Taiwan, so AIDS, syphilis, and gonorrhea have to be reported. And AIDS incidence has been slowing, and syphilis, the incidence is not rising, and gonorrhea is on the rise. So we did notice this situation because we do monitor the situation. So regarding gonorrhea, we did look into the reason why gonorrhea is on the rise, because we have to understand why there was this problem. Otherwise, we will not be able to address it. So we conducted some surveys, and we saw that teenagers sometimes engaged in unsafe sex behaviors. So in our ministry, we've been working with the Ministry of Education. Most teenagers are still in school. So we've been working with the Ministry of Education on STD prevention activities, education, so that teenagers will have the awareness that they should protect themselves. So safe sex, and also using condoms, and also some teenagers use online dating websites. So we also talk to teenagers about what they have to pay attention to if they use online dating apps. And we also talk to them about how they can say no if they don't want to engage in sex. So there will be this kind of a simulation for teenagers. So basically, we provide a lot of information to teenagers so that they understand how to protect themselves. They have the awareness that there could be risks. And we're also working with local governments, health and education authorities. And we basically integrate our resources with local governments. We also work with NGOs and hospitals. So there are many different channels that we are using to try to prevent gonorrhea. So there have been outreaching programs. There's a lot of awareness-raising activities. In terms of treatment, we are also working with medical associations, including associations of OBGYNs, because if people contract gonorrhea, they need to be treated. And when someone has gonorrhea, we also reach out to their partners. So we are working with medical associations, and we work with doctors. So we also screen the partners of people who contract STDs. And in addition to gonorrhea and syphilis, we also screen the sexual partners for HIV. So, and we also provide counseling services to teenagers. So, for example, if you bring your partners, then we give them electronic coupons or gift certificates. So basically, we provide incentives for people to bring in their sexual partners for treatment. And a lot of teenagers, most of them, I would say, use mobile phones or social media. So our press releases will be publicized. We also work with online influencers because the YouTubers or influencers have obviously a lot of influence over teenagers. So we've been working with these online influencers, and we work with YouTubers, and we spread the information through YouTube, through videos. So basically, we hope to give them the right information. And we also have a social media app called Disease Control Butler, and we have 10 million members. So from this, you can get not only COVID-19 related information, but also STD prevention information. And we provide information such as the list of doctors. If people contract STDs, they can reach out to these doctors. We also provide a map for people to locate the doctors. And I think for teenagers, they don't want you to be didactic. They won't listen to you if you do that. So they want something that is interesting. This is why in our health information packages, we put something that is more fun. We put something that have illustrations and pictures. And so these packages are also being offered to NGOs, and local health authorities get such information as well, so that we can work together to fight against gonorrhea. And we share the information with education authorities as well. So basically, all these organizations and institutions can also further spread out the information. Now, I think many teenagers also have closer relationship with NGOs. So we also work with NGOs. And this is how we try to understand what teenagers are thinking. We want to know what kind of assistance they need. So basically, I think that there is a two-way communication channel. So I hope that the information I provided have answered your question. Thank you.
接下来是不是请
The Ministry of Education, please. Please be concise so that the review members can get your information. Thank you for your question. So I come from the Ministry of Education. First of all, in terms of sex education in school, previously, the colleague from the Ministry of Health and Welfare already mentioned that our two ministries work together on health education and outreach programs. And secondly, in terms of the implementation of sex education in schools, in 2013, we basically launched a program to raise student awareness, including HIV. So we need students to have such literacy. We want them to be equipped to respond to the different situations. For example, we want them to have critical thinking ability when they encounter pornographic materials in the media. And in the higher education level, we also have guidelines for sex education at university. So universities are welcome to use the guidelines, and we also encourage schools to develop sex education materials. At the same time, we also have workshops for teachers and school administrators. And several schools actually did very well. And for these schools, we in fact invite other schools to learn from these schools that have been doing very well. And students can also participate. In terms of the middle school level, there are also other courses. So, for example, as part of a health promotion, we also equip students with such knowledge. And under the high school level, there are also activities to enhance teachers' literacy in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we could go on for quite some time on this, and I appreciate that. But thank you for all the information that you got on this part. I now hand over to my colleague Jesus, because she has a related problem which is very important. Thank you.
Thank you for all the explanations and replies. This issue of high rate of teenage STD, especially gonorrhea and syphilis, and then your answer prompt me to raise the issue of teenage pregnancy and childbirth. And according to the report by National Human Rights Commission, they quote the statistics from the Department of Statistics under Ministry of Interior that there are approximately 3,000 teenage girls between the ages of 15 and 19 giving birth annually in Taiwan during the period from 2006 to 2016, so 10 years. And now there has been a tendency also of the age decreased, for this pregnancy and childbirth. So I think it's very much closely related that you are trying very much to give the proper sex education and all the condoms and all the use of IT method, etc., to really guide these teenagers to the correct way to prevent STDs, and I guess also to prevent childbirth and pregnancy, etc. So I think in this sense, proper sex education is very necessary. And the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights issued a general comment number 22 on the right to sexual and reproductive health in 2016. Actually, I drafted it. So I think the teenagers, adolescents, needs to be given evidence-based, scientifically accurate, and age-appropriate information regarding sexual and reproductive health. So hope that the government of Taiwan take into account this general comment. And I would like to know more what measures, in addition to the measures that you are providing now to curb the STD, but also what are your measures to really tackle the root cause of this teenage pregnancy and childbirth? Because I think it has lifelong implications, and whether, since the Ministry of Education has already answered, whether these teenagers continue their study, whether in high school or into university, and whether they are receiving the necessary assistance, because sometimes they give birth and then they drop out of school. And I think there should be proper education for boys, it should not be directly only to girls and boys together. And then if this sex involves adult men, I don't know whether it is only between teenagers or between teenage girl and then adult men, I don't know. So depending on the situation, I'm wondering whether you have the real survey into the real situation and then come up with a proper policy and measures. So if you have any further measures to explain, I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I hand it back to you, Mr. Deputy Minister.
Thank you for the questions. You asked about sex education for teenagers, as well as questions related to STDs and then teen pregnancy and giving birth. And our Ministry of Health as well as Education will respond. And of course, relying on the government is not enough. We need to also work with NGOs, and because these teenagers are still students, and then they're very active on the internet. So we'll use, for example, electronic media, digital media, to talk about how to, how to learn about safe sex and so on. So I will have the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Ministry of Health and Welfare, would you like to add anything? Well, thank you for the questions. For the Ministry of Health and Education for teen pregnancy, actually on the media, we talk about how to better protect themselves. We use an easier to understand way for our campaigns. Of course, we work with NGO. We also work with Ministry of Education. And you mentioned that when a student gets pregnant, what about is she able to continue to receive education? And the Ministry of Education will respond to that. And from the Ministry of Education, for a student who gets pregnant, we have a guideline to help them. So of course, we want to encourage the student to continue to stay at school. So here, for example, this student needs to go through prenatal checkup, or she will go into labor. She needs to take days off, and then she, for example, needs to take exams. And For example, does she need to suspend school temporarily and then come back after giving birth? And some schools have requirements of their study period, and maybe she needs to extend her study period because she takes years off, and because there is a certain limitation on the study period, and then we have loosened that regulation for pregnant students. And the Ministry of Education requires schools to provide flexibility for pregnant students because we want to keep them in school. And when a student gets pregnant, she will face a lot of problems like economic or medical, or how about whether she's going to have have her baby adopted. And then we have a underage pregnancy service guidelines. And then we have schools get familiarized with this kind of guidelines. When a student gets pregnant, and then she needs to be referred to different government departments. And then we will also report the information to social department so that they can provide further services for the students. If a teen girl is going to get an abortion or giving birth, and there will be costs associated with them. In our student insurance coverage, these are all included in the payment.
Very much. In the last quarter of an hour, I have a big question. I look at this here, dividing the room, and we're thankful for the Taiwan government to have invited us to come after three unsuccessful postponements due to COVID and Omicron. And we're glad that we're here, and we know it's and there are lots of limitations about, but that it is possible that we can come here under very difficult conditions, particularly for meeting people and NGOs. But what you have organized for us here almost comes to what we would normally do. So that's very, very, very good. But my question relates to COVID-19 and Omicron. And you have to mention both things together. Why? Because, as you know, COVID is a virus, and it has a nasty habit of changing very often. And usually it is for the better in this sphere, but sometimes it's also for worse. So we don't need to go into the details, but because we know that to be too strict in the measures that we are taking now, they might be overrun by a virus change that happens. So one has to be very, very cautious. But ultimately, there's a conflict of interest when you look at it in terms of human rights. On the one hand, it's safety of each citizen, of the whole population, versus freedom rights of individuals. And when we talk about freedom rights, we talk about that things as a small shop owners, the restaurants. And then on the other hand, we see on the safety side, we see the doctors and medical profession as a whole. And where do you see most problems and how to solve it? Lockdown is just the answer, and what a neighboring, relatively small country is doing, shutting a million city completely off very quickly. You can do that once, but to do that on a permanent basis almost is very, very difficult. So my question is, where do you see limits to the limitations that you're making in the interest of the freedom rights that are there? And I would be grateful if you could look both at the large firms, but also at the small firms, and and there are many, many people that are depending on life-sustaining employment, and how you're coping with that, and what suggestions you think in which direction it could go. Right now, we have the tendency, because it's moving on to summer, at least in Europe, and we are relaxing the rules, knowing that in September stricter measures will have to be taken. So, and if stricter measures are taken, it automatically involves certain groups. And of course, there's the financial side to it. I won't go into the detail, and I don't expect you to go a great deal into that. It's a huge dimension. But look at the health aspects of this and how one can cope with this dichotomy. Thank you very much. We're listening to the view of the government on this issue, because it's a really big issue. Sorry? Oh, I see. Then I put the question simpler. We have a conflict of interest, safety versus freedom rights. How are you coping with that problem?
Thank you for your question. For the past 2 years, it's been more than 2 years since COVID happened. So in the face of this challenge, we have done a lot of measures. So I would like to simplify your question. So we're taking a lot of control measures. So are there any violations to people's rights? For example, your right to personal data or your right of free movement? Are there any conflicts? How is the government dealing with that? And also during the pandemic, a lot of economic activities are limited. For example, restaurants have to be closed and doctors cannot go overseas and so on. So for Taiwan, we have a central disaster control task force headed by the president of by the Minister of Health and also Deputy Minister of the Interior, and also the President and Vice President pay a lot of attention to this. So I think I will invite the Ministry of Health and Welfare to have representative from CDC to let the experts know about our pandemic preventive measures. Thank you. So CDC, I'm from CDC. Like what you mentioned, that during COVID-19, the current situation is that because of many variants of COVID-19, along with the changes of the virus and the international situation, we will make changes accordingly. In the past, when there were Delta or Alpha viruses, and as opposed to Omicron, Omicron is different. Omicron causes fewer deaths, and the symptoms are lighter. So now the central the epidemic command center will make changes flexibly and accordingly. So we can see we want to balance both pandemic prevention and economic activities. So our control measures are different from before. We are loosening our restrictions because we know that we have to balance the two. And for personal freedom, indeed, there will be some limitations and restrictions. For example, if we see a confirmed case, or we can see people who have a higher risk, they will be asked to be isolated at home, quarantined at home. I think that is not just a case that's happening to Taiwan, but also to other countries. So people's freedom will be limited. But we do that for the interest of the public good, because still Omicron, is highly infectious, and it can be spread in air through person-to-person contact, and it's highly infectious. So that's the situation in Taiwan. So we conduct any measure, we do it according to our Infection Disease Control Act. And for COVID-19, we also have special regulations designed for COVID-19. In terms of collection of personal data, we will also follow the Personal Data Protection Act. So when we collect data, we release information to the public while we are collecting this data, and then we try to de-identify the source of data. So we follow the relevant regulations. We need to get people's consent. We encourage people to install an application to let us know who they have come in close contact with, and we ask them to install APP for COVID preventive purposes. And after we collect the data, and then we let people know what we will do with the data, we will actually destroy the data afterwards, so that we can try our best to protect their personal data. So I hope that answers your question, or do I need to add anything else? Please let me know. Thank you.
Very shortly, the WHO, the World Health Organization, has an enormous amount of literature on it, and the guidelines, each one of which unfortunately has the tendency to be changed very quickly because of the changing virus situation. Do you take that into account? Are you involved in the Geneva discussions on it? Yes, please. They can't belong to the WHO. Go ahead.
Well, please turn on your mic.
There are repeated attempts by Taiwan to join the WHO, which have been refused.
Okay, perhaps you might be able to share with us what you think of your efforts, the government efforts of Taiwan. Are they working? And why do you think they're working? And on the other hand, are they not working, and why are they not working? So we would like to gather some information you may share that you think would be able to enhance the global struggle against this pandemic. Thank you.
You too? Yeah. Okay. So I really raised a little bit.
Could you turn on your microphone?
Last night I watched television for the first time after I arrived, and then since I could read some Chinese, there were some 50,000 new infections and 12 deaths. And I think Taiwan is still doing the best, around the world, competing with New Zealand, I think. Korea has been doing quite good, but nowadays it's soaring again. And this is a really global struggle, how to combat coronavirus pandemic. Even though you are not a member of WHO, I think you can still make use of information that is provided from their website. But I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights issued 3 statements so far in 2020 and then 2021. The first statement is COVID-19 and economic, social, and cultural rights, because it has great impact upon right to work, right to education, right to social security, etc. You all know that, yeah? And then the second statement was on vaccination and universal, universality and nobody should be discriminated, etc. Because sometimes migrant workers are forced to expose themselves, to get vaccination, etc. And some people cannot get vaccination. So universality and non-discrimination in getting vaccination. The third last statement was on COVID-19 and international cooperation, including TRIPS waiver, because there is intellectual property related issues, WTO regime that protects all these big pharmaceutical companies, to profit from their intellectual property. And the committee was urging that they should be waived so that developing countries can produce these vaccinations at a cheaper price so that they could get. Anyway, with these three statements, I hope that you also take that into account in your COVID-19 policy. But my question is, I really want to know what kind of human rights discussions or issues Taiwan society discussed during this 2+ period. Because in my own country also, you need trace every person's movement in order to prevent the public from infection, but also, of course, your mobile telephone, whom did you contact, where you went, etc. All this private information is exposed. So there was a lot of discussion and conflict of which rights comes first, private information or public interest, then who are the public, etc. How do you protect those elderly persons who are stuck in the institutions? And then, of course, medical personnel have to stay with them 24 hours. So what about their rights? And all kinds of issues. So my question is, what kind of discussions, public discussions emerged in Taiwan during these past more than 2 years while you go through this COVID-19 crisis? Because that would affect very much people's understanding what human rights are, how should we respect my rights and others' rights, and whom do we care, whom does the society care, etc. Many, many issues. So that would be my genuine interest to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you. We are a little bit over time, but this is so important that I give another 4 or 5 minutes to finish this section. Okay. You have the floor.
Right, so I will give you information as far as I understand. First of all, I want to thank you for speaking on behalf of us, and we thank you for your support. And regarding this wave of Omicron cases, the whole country is really working together. We have specific laws, we have stimulus measures. If I remember right, we have about 900 billion Taiwan dollars in terms of the budget. And regarding vaccines and also measures to fight COVID-19, that takes up the majority of the budget. And also, you mentioned small restaurants. They are affected by the COVID-19 measures. So we actually provide assistance for restaurants and transportation sector. We have relief programs. In Taiwan, we also issued vouchers to encourage people to spend. And I think in the future, we'll continue to provide support. And also, as we fight against COVID, sometimes this goes against people's freedom. But it's not that we only look at public interest. In Taiwan, we have the Personal Information Protection Act. When we collect personal information, if we have to disclose the data, that means that personally identifiable information will be removed. So you will not be able to identify who it is. by looking at the disclosed data. And perhaps CDC can also respond to the question. Thank you, Deputy Minister. In your question, you mentioned that we have not been able to participate in certain international organizations. But before we formulate any policies, we do collect information from other international organizations, including the WHO, because, of course, we need to get the latest data and the latest information. So in our ministry, in our center, we have different divisions. We have divisions working on monitoring. We have those working on communities. We have different divisions. So we do monitor the pandemic. And regarding human rights issues, let me give you an example. So migrant workers, they are also illegal migrant workers. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, as long as they are willing to receive vaccines, even if they are illegal migrant workers, they will not be arrested, even though we know that they are working illegally. But in order to encourage them to receive vaccination so that they can protect themselves and protect others, so we, in fact, do not pursue them. So another thing that is very important is that our Central Epidemic Command Center organizes a press conference daily. And in the daily conference, they issue the latest information to communicate with the public. I think that this is very important because if the information is transparent, then people will be more willing to comply because they will understand why the policy is set this way and what are the pros and cons of the policies. So if they understand where we're coming from, they will be more willing to comply. And also the media. And I mentioned this social media group that we have. We have 10 million members on the Disease Control Butler social media group. I think that this is also very important because we can always issue the latest information, the correct information to the public. So basically, the public will understand that there could be temporary restrictions of personal freedom, but this will also slow down or prevent the spread of the virus. So I think people's compliance is also a major reason why we have been able to put COVID-19 under control.
Well, thank you very much for this additional information. I think we now make a 15-minute break until 15:40, and then we continue with Article 13. Thank you very much indeed. I suspend the meeting.
Thoroughly.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back. And we come to our last group of questions on this, namely on Article 13 and Article 15, and in some cases, conjunction of 13 and 15. On Article 13, we have to start with Virginia Dandan and then Rosa Newland. Virginia, you have the floor.
On Article 13?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that you had a cup of coffee because it's a very sleepy time during the day, including myself. Let me just begin with a little information about human rights education and training. Why am I beginning with this? Because this is now the third time that I have been to a review committee. And I have always asked how Taiwan thinks about what Taiwan thinks about the Universal Declaration on Human Rights in particular, and about human rights education in general. So mind you, this is now the third time that I have been here. On the average, that's what? At least 10 years, right? From the first time that I came here. And up to now, I feel like a failure, and you know why? Nobody seems to be interested in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Every time I ask about that, nobody bothers to answer it. Whether it is in the context of the fact that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights contains the basic principles and values that we call human rights. Without the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, there would be no International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, nor would there be a covenant on economic, social, and cultural rights, and all the others that followed after. That's why, for me, I believe that the heart of human rights is in the Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, simply called UDHR. And in this declaration, we learn that the universal standards and principles of human rights are very simple. Equality, non-discrimination, participation, inclusion, the rule of law. There are two more, just the same. They're very simple, easy to understand. And from there came forth and was born, as I said, the ICCPR, the ICESCR. And all three of them are collectively called the International Bill of Human Rights. So that's not Human Rights 101. This is Human Rights 10. It's so basic, even grade school students, even those people who live in the remotest part of my country, the Philippines, understand what these values are. Why? Because they are present in all cultures. Tell me which culture does not believe in equality. Tell me who does not believe in participation, inclusion, and all the simple things. And that what you do unto others must be based on what you would do for yourself. It is called, in simple grade school language, the golden rule. So I do not really understand why it is so difficult to answer the question about Universal Declaration on Human Rights. Please, if it's the last thing that you will ever hear from me, I would really, really point you towards that. It's not difficult. And it's very human. It does not take a legal knowledge to understand that we need to treat each other in the same way. How I treat myself is the way I should treat you, and how you treat yourself is the way I should treat me. Come on, who does not treat yourself in the best way possible? That's all what human rights is all about. Of course, it has developed, there's the question of fairness, of justice, etc., etc. Now, with that introduction, I would just like to go back to my most recent attempt at extracting some kind of an interest from Taiwan in particular, and every country, every government that I ever talked to. This is my special question. What is your own feeling about human rights values of equality, of fairness, of treating each other the same way as though you're family? The golden rule. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand what the golden rule is. And yet, I get when I ask, every time I ask what are the programs that are present in Taiwan as regards the basic universal human rights values, I get all sorts of answers such as justice, such as property, as though people are afraid to talk about simply being a good human being to each other, which is basically what human rights is all about. Of course, it has developed because all cultures now have developed their own way of seeing to it that human rights are really implemented properly, that countries should be able to ratify these legal treaties, and they are all well and good. But something is the matter if we cannot understand the most basic things about human rights. So, with that introduction, I would just like again, because here I'm asking, what is the content of the human rights education program in Taiwan, number one? What is the that's for example, for students on all grade levels? How do you teach human rights? Basically, young kids, junior high kids, college level, professionals, indigenous peoples, religious minorities, etc. How exactly do you teach human rights so that we understand it in just one way? That a nurse should not understand it differently from a lawyer, but basically they know the same thing. And I really, truthfully, sincerely wish somebody in this room could tell me, what does Taiwan teach their students, their children about human rights? It's a very simple question. I don't want to hear about the individual cases of the legal thing and that. What is it? Especially because, you know, human rights and culture, it's a culture. So what is it in Taiwan that you might be proud to call a human rights culture? just a simple definition. How do people teach each other? You know, there was once a time that I said the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is actually one, you can look at it as the golden rule. Two, you can look at it as a definition of love. And I don't mean romantic love. I mean real love. What is it that you are doing when you, in spite of the fact that you don't like the color of that person, you don't like the behavior, you don't like his smell or whatever, but accept him just the same? That is love. Pure and simple, non-romantic love. And that's what human rights is all about. So, having said that very long introduction, will somebody from the Ministry of Education please tell me what would be an inspiration that one can use as the cornerstone of human rights education in Taiwan?
Thank you. I give the floor back to you, the Deputy Minister.
好的，
Thank you very much for your observations on human rights education in Taiwan. Like you mentioned, the UDHR in Taiwan, equality, participation, inclusion, and rule of law. We can see the implementation of these values will take, for example, action plans and awareness raising to the people. So in terms of the implementation of the values of UDHR, I think we can do it through not just the 2 major covenants, there are altogether 9 international covenants. So in terms of the 2 covenants, we have our action plan, and so that means that we are realizing these the values of the covenants. Like you mentioned that without realizing, fulfilling these values in our daily practice or in our policy, then that means that will be all the talking and none the doing. So realizing, fulfilling, implementing still are the most important things. So for primary school students, how can the Ministry of Education or educators can make that happen? Of course, we don't just rely on school, we also rely on, for example, family and so on to teach students know more about human rights. So first, we would like to listen from the Ministry of Education to see what they have to say. From the Ministry of Education in terms of the promotion of human rights education in Taiwan. So can you turn on your mic?
请会。
交代一下。
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
So this is a conversation. Let's say this is just a conversation between you and us. And if that's why, if possible, if you know, you can just raise your hand even if you don't want to say your name, but I wish you would, so that we can look at you and look at in the direction where it is. So that you're talking there, but I'm looking at somebody else because I think that person is talking.
好，麻烦发言的话，请先举手，让委员知道。
So please make sure that you raise your hand before you speak. And from the Ministry of Education, the promotion of human rights education stemmed from the private sector. In 1996, there's a Human Rights Foundation which was established. So it was led by the private sector first. So from teacher training, from elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, that's from 1996, started from the private sector. And for the government in 1998, human rights education started to be included in the elementary and the junior high curriculum. And it was regarded as a major subject. For the social aspect and art and culture and the general activities, human rights are taught in these 4 different areas. As for UDHR, for our planning of teaching this for elementary school, we talked about CRC. We teach CRC to the students. For junior high school, students will learn about UDHR. So we started doing that since 1998. So in the beginning, because it's not an independent subject, so we taught it as an issue in different subjects. So in the beginning, it was kind of difficult to facilitate the teaching of UDHR. So at the time, the government invited a group of expert scholars to form a human rights advisory committee. So we invited teachers who are interested in human rights. So we set up a central advisory committee. So this advisory group was formed of people who are interested in human rights. So we provided them with proper training. So they act like seed teachers to teach teachers island-wide to promote the human rights education. But relying on the central government is not enough. So from 2006 onward, the Ministry of Education provided subsidies, funding for local governments to organize their own advisory groups for human rights. So they can train the local teachers to implement human rights education. For example, they teach teachers how to write a curriculum, how to design teaching materials, to increase their literacy, to teach them how to teach better. They also share the human rights resources on the internet so people can learn from each other. So we can see that we started to do this since 1998. So in 2019, for the 12-year basic education, we have a new curriculum. So from elementary, junior high, senior high, for the entire 12 years, human rights are included in the 12 years basic education. So in the beginning, we trained a central advisory group, and then we promoted that to local governments. So we we shared resources. So we have made a lot of efforts. And also for the Human Rights Commission under the Executive Yuan, so that the control yuan pay attention to that. And the Human Rights Commission under the Executive Yuan also works with the Ministry of Education. And then we, for example, we provide pre-service teacher training as well as in-service teacher training. And also for administrative staff in the school, like principals and directors of student affairs and so on, we include human rights in the training provided to those administrative staff. So they have a good concept. Once they start working in a school, they will know more and better support human rights. And they can also help teachers when they teach human rights related subjects. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, so I actually have an observation that I would like to share. So human rights education, we need to take care of human rights in daily life. So it's not only related to primary school students, it's related to everyone. And in terms of the core values, like the rule of law, equality, and so on, if we want to implement these values in our daily life, how far are we still behind? We are working with the public sector, we are working with the private sector and also the media so that we can try to instill these values to our general society. This is why we have this review meeting, and this is also what we are trying to do.
教育部可以允许我。
Can I also say a few things? I'm from the Ministry of Education. Thank you, the Deputy Minister. The human rights education is not just in the curriculum. We also want to create a conducive environment. So in 2006, we implemented the Education Basic Law. So students' rights are written in this law. And we also ban physical punishment. In addition, for disciplinary measures, for example, Taiwan used to have a hairstyle ban, but the ban has since been abolished because students should have the right over how they want to look. So, and also a lot of meetings in schools, as long as student interests are involved, students also need to participate because their voices need to be heard. And for younger students, those who are from primary schools or junior high schools, then their parents will be invited to speak up for them. And in Taiwan, under high school for curriculum, of course, this has to do with our educational policy. When we review curriculum guidelines, the review committee also has student representatives. So students can elect representatives to participate in the curriculum review meeting. So students also have the right to voice their opinions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that reply. And you know, how come we never hear about it in the reports that we receive? I asked the question as regards the content. I get 2 paragraphs. Maybe something should be done about the reports that are being written and being sent to us, maybe to other committees, because it is so disappointing to read this. And it gives the wrong impression. Now that we are listening to you, now we know better how it is. Maybe it can be improved, but definitely it's very heartening to hear this report. Were you ever consulted when this was written? This 3rd report, for example? Because it does not say what you're telling us. It does not contain all of this information, which is unfair to the government, I believe. We get the wrong impression. We think all this time you don't really care, because not only does the response not go with the question, but the words that are being used are so anonymous that it's as though the person who wrote it couldn't care less. I'm sorry to have to say it, but I think in fairness to all of you who are trying so hard to instill certain values in your education system, and to have it written in this very anonymous matter does not do you justice. So having said that, I think you also wanted to say something, Roslyn?
Yes, I did want to say something, and what I wanted to say was partly reinforcing what Virginia's just said, which is Deputy Minister, official from the Ministry of Education. It was really important for us to hear what you just had to say now, for 2 reasons. Because I was going to ask you about the informal agenda, you know. So at school, I mean the informal curriculum. At school you have a formal curriculum, but actually what impacts on children and young people's lives is all of the other things that go on at school. And then you talked about an inducive environment, which is really the informal agenda, and that was fantastic. And it's very heartening, for us to know that that sort of thinking and development is going on. And I know that in a number of places I've seen some wonderful initiatives as a result. So it's not just human rights education, teaching, but it's also about the relationships in the school, between the students, between the teachers and the students, how the parents are welcomed into the school and so on, and how everybody, there's a recognition that everybody has rights, the teachers have rights. And I always remember one little boy saying, in his, I think he was only in his second year at school, and the school was developing itself as a human rights, a school as a human rights community. And the little boy was asked, what do you know about human rights? And he said, well, one thing is I've got a right to learn, but the teacher's got a right to teach. And it was such a lovely, I mean, there was other things as well, but that's, Deputy Minister, you're absolutely right. I mean, unless human rights is experienced in our day-to-day lives, frankly, we're not doing the right thing. So I just wanted to say that. And in terms of human rights, let's just call it, I'd call it capacity development for officials, for police, for prison officers and so on. I don't like the term training. Somebody once said to me, I think it was Jill, we train dogs, we don't train people. But the professional capacity development, and again, it needs to be based on not lecturing, but actually engaging with those officials in terms of what their jobs actually are, what the stresses and challenges they face in their day-to-day work, and what the human rights significances of that are, and recognition that they have, you as public officials have particular duties, in the human rights jargon, you're duty bearers, and police and corrections and the military particularly, because they have the power to use force, but they also have rights. And so it's working with them to recognise their rights, and then how do they respect the rights of others. And I think that's, and you can't do it all at once, but it's each government agency looking at, how can they do it? And I would say, hopefully, be able to draw on the experience from the National Human Rights Commission, which you now have, but maybe also from others who have developed really good, as I say, not lectures, because I've seen too many of those and they don't work, but programs working with staff to recognise, how they need to apply human rights in their day-to-day work and how that can protect them. So that didn't end up being a question, did it? But I just want to acknowledge the importance of what we've just heard now, that you answered the question I was thinking of asking.
Thank you for your comment. Taiwan really values human rights. We are built on human rights, and our policies are human rights centered. So this is what I want to stress. And as our policies are human rights centered, that means that human rights are everywhere. So for example, police officers, they also have to understand human rights as they enforce the laws. They also have to respect, for example, personal freedom. And you also talked about how we should treat others the way we want others to treat us. So I think, of course, for businesses also have to think about human rights. For example, how they should take care of employees, how they should take care of the environment. So we also have to tell businesses that they need to pursue these human rights values. And for primary school students, they are still learning they are still developing. So they also need to know human rights. So human rights are everywhere in our daily lives, in every aspect. And in all of these aspects, in every industry, for every group, of course, there are certain rights that they will see more than others. But whatever it is, the Taiwanese government will do its best. In our national reports, in terms of the capacity building, we didn't really provide very detailed information. So I hope that in the future, we will be able to write in a way that faithfully reflect what we've been doing on the ground.
Thank you very much. The next question. Yep.
The issue that I wanted to raise relates to the information that we received about students with disabilities, and in the report, in answer to question 37, we were given, that's question 37 in the first list of issues, we were given data indicating, from 2018, indicating a dropout rate of students with disabilities of 10% compared to the 2.4% or 2.3.4% for those without disabilities, and a 10% dropout from colleges and universities, while that for non-disabled students was 6%. And also we've heard from NGOs about concern about the lack of fully inclusive education for disabled students and young people, and some information about, let me say, an initiative which is encouraging homeschooling of disabled students, but without, from the perspective of some of those involved without adequate resourcing. Though I think there's also an issue about whether homeschooling is the, should, I mean, obviously it should be available as an option, but whether it should be a main, a main alternative or become the main. So I'm really, I mean, everywhere around the world, the issue of recognising disabled students having the right to education, because for a long time in many places it was assumed that they didn't actually have a right to education because they were disabled, and what could they do? And then of course there was the period which a lot of us are still in, where disabled students were basically segregated into special schools. And again, what we now know is that there's probably always going to be a place for some special units or special schools, but that actually they don't allow many disabled students to develop to their full potential, and that inclusive education in the mainstream that actually is really important. And from a human rights point of view, of course, it's important because it helps other students recognise and acknowledge diversity and accept diversity. So that's, there's all sorts of things. So I guess what I'm asking is what is, and you gave us some figures that suggested that there had been improvement in the dropout rates, although, yeah, I mean, I was a little bit dubious because, because the impact of COVID, most places has been that actually there's higher levels of dropout, not just for disabled students, but for others, but maybe Taiwan's different. And so I wondered if you could just perhaps bring us up to date on what is the policy towards the education of disabled students. And I guess at this stage I'm particularly asking about the compulsory school period. although there are also issues around tertiary education, but with an emphasis on the compulsory school sector. Thank you.
Ministry of Education, can you talk about this? Are there any updated policies and measures? In Taiwan, for elementary and the junior high school, altogether 9 years. So these are basic education years for Taiwan. So there is a compulsory admission regulation. All students, everyone needs to be admitted, whether you are regular or where you are students with or without disabilities. If there are any special reason that you cannot go to school, you have to apply for an exception. And then we can approve you so that you can stay at home, you can be homeschooling. And then secondly, for whatever reason you apply for homeschooling, and it's possible, for example, this person suffers from, health issues, so this person needs to have a high level of care, so he can only stay at home. He cannot go to school because there will be no support for him or her at school, because we feel that his health is more important. In that case, we will allow this person to be homeschooling. And also, this person has very severe disabilities. And we see that this person may not have the ability to learn. In that case, because we have an evaluation group, and then we will see whether we will approve of the students staying at home. So if this person is allowed to be homeschooling, we still provide counseling. We still have special education teachers to visit them at their homes to see how they fare at their home. We will also ask the parents, are there anything that they need assistance from schools? Maybe they need assistance from social department or other departments. Our special education teachers will provide counseling services for the parents. So that's what we do according to the Compulsory Education Act. So that's what's happening in the beginning stages. And Taiwan, we promote the experimental education system. So we have a relevant regulation about experimental education. So for now, students have the right to choose to go to different school systems. So there are school type and also non-school type experimental education. For school type, there are three categories. First one is parents can seek education. They can keep students at home to teach them. And also they can form a group of people, for example, religious people. It's easy for them to form a group, so they can apply for them to stay at home as a non-school type. And then some institutions, they provide non-school type experimental education. So what I want to say that for some special education students, they homeschool. So we have to know what kind of situation they belong to. Is it because because of physical health, they are not able to go to school? Or secondly, because out of personal freedom, they want to participate in experimental education. So we have to distinguish between the two. Because the formal one, that means the government has the opportunity, has the responsibility to teach them, to protect them. And secondly, we need to allow them to have the freedom to choose. So we need to distinguish the two. And then special education provided at different levels is different for elementary and junior high, because we have school districts. So we can see special education students or students with disabilities. They will go to schools according to their school district. But because they have different levels of disabilities, they require different resources for special education. I can give an example. For example, the visually impaired or hearing impaired students, because there are very, very few students. They are scattered scattered in different schools. So for schools per se, it's not easy for them to provide good care or education for this kind of students. So that's why there are specific schools for the visually impaired or hearing impaired. That's why you mentioned that there will be a segregated environment. But basically, they are admitted to school according to their school area, school districts. But for students with a high level of disability, in that case, we will have special school to take care of them so that they will have more resources because we want to provide enough care and resources to them. If they go to a regular school, or if they go to a special education class in regular school, or if they go to a special school. There are 3 different types. So in Taiwan, we have experts, we have representatives of parents, we have special education teachers, we have doctors, we have therapists. They will evaluate what kind of school, what kind of environment is best for a specific student. So we will consider, we'll look at the best interest for a student. So when we make a decision, we will talk to the parents first before we make a decision. If the parents are willing to accept this decision, and then we can reach an agreement. If the parents feel that they are not satisfied with the arrangement, they can tell us their opinions, and this evaluation group can have the parents participate in their meetings so they can have face-to-face communication. But we have to say that in Taiwan, we still follow the decision made by the evaluation panel. But we also want to believe in what the parents say, because they say if they believe that their children have the potential to go to a regular school. So in that case, they can, for example, they can change their school. Every 6 months, we will reevaluate the personalized program for the students. If the students make progress and the student wants to go to a regular school, we will ship him to a regular school. And thirdly, in terms of CRPD, Taiwan really values the spirit of CRPD. So for the promotion of inclusive education is a major part in Taiwan. So there is for example, there's a new wave in the Education Act, and also for the allocation of resources, we're now trying to get consensus. For example, for parents, special education teachers, the administrative agencies, now we are organizing very frequent seminars. So for the assistance provided to the students with disabilities, we hope that we can follow more the spirit of inclusive education, so we can have these students, reintegrated into regular schools. And because we know that this really requires a lot of resources and support, and then we are, encountering limitations. Still, there is a long way to go for us to be able to fulfill inclusive education. But I have to say that more and more people start to pay attention to that, and more NGOs are very active. They're very, supportive of this movement. So I think that we are, moving toward a right direction. Thank you.
May I just add one very small point on when you mention inclusive education. It's a big thing. I was involved in a governmental expert group on that question with the German government in Berlin, and I had lots of discussions with both sides, and it turned out that the majority of NGOs in Germany and the German National Institute of Human Rights, comparative to the Human Rights Commission that you have here, they came to the conclusion that they followed the line of the CRPD, which is to be really strict. Primarily, it's got to be inclusive education, and inclusiveness means, of course, it affects the actual teaching, because you have to look after them, and it's costly because depending on the degree of impairment, you need special assistance in that class. And my own view after 2 years, and I only speak for myself, my own view was, while I think that the CRPD approach is good in principle, because it forces the government to start out with bringing them together. And that's what the main concern of the parents are. They realize that their children are having difficulties, but if you put them in special schools straight away, then you put people away whose intellectual development might demand something quite different. So I think after 2 years, I learned for myself that it's not that easy. Inclusion as a general principle is indispensable, and that should always be the starting point. But when, in the course of teaching, suddenly it turns out that there's a child that regularly starts out crying aloud and really disturbs the things, that then measures must be taken. You can't just put him in another room and who looks after that child. And also it's a lot easier to do that in a large city and in a capital, but in the rural area, it's very, very different. And then if you try to bridge the difficulties by bringing specially trained doctors and psychologists and physiotherapists into the story, you have to take so many villages together, and it's even more expensive. So one has to realize there are different things. While being in favor of inclusion, the German government, that isn't really responsible for education because it's a federation, but the 16 Länder, the 16 regions, have the last say. And what do you expect when you have 15 or 16 regions? Different results come up. There are some areas where they said, no, we should put all the money into improving and modernizing and and making better the special schools. And there are others that say, no, put all that money into the regular schools, because that will change the awareness of the majority of students and things like that. So I just went on a little bit to say that I don't think the problem is easy. It requires a lot. And I was a bit surprised in your answers. You spoke of the teachers, and you spoke of the researchers and of the government departments and of the parents. But what about participation in the process of the students themselves? And I don't mean students at the tertiary level. I mean the ones as Virginia Dunn brought it out, in the primary and secondary education. If you could just comment a little bit on that. And forgive me to have gone on a bit about it, but it's a really big issue in all countries.
Thank you for your question. In recent years, of course, the Taiwanese economy has been booming, and I think that the public actually reflected on themselves. And I think the key to Taiwan's success is, in fact, our education. So people's right to education is very important. This morning, we talked about right to housing and so on. These are innate rights. So the country is really doing its best to help people. And disabled people are a vulnerable group. So, of course, the state should invest more resources to help them. And I also agree with what you just said. I think there should be inclusive education. And also there is urban-rural divide, but this divide should not be there. So perhaps the Ministry of Education can share with us your view. Maybe try to be concise so that the review members can understand what Taiwan has been doing to address the issues that were raised. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I come from the Department of K-12 Education from the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much for your questions. And so regarding the issues just raised, according to our Special Education Act, starting from the age of 2, we already have measures for people to access education. So for example, in kindergartens, we also train teachers, and we also have early therapy programs for children with the disabilities. So in kindergartens, disabled children can also interact with children without disabilities. And in primary and junior high school, so that's the compulsory education phase, we also look at the level of disabilities of students. Those with medium to high level of disabilities, many of them are in special education schools, but this is done after evaluation. So we talk to parents, we discuss options for parents, and then after an evaluation meeting, then the students will be put in a more appropriate place. It could be a class in a regular school or a special education school. So it could be starting from a special education school and then a regular school and then inclusive education. So I think the percentage of inclusive education is already quite high. And regarding teachers, teachers need to understand the needs of students with disabilities. And another thing is that if disabled students have the need, we will have assistants to help take care of them. And we also have some teaching aids. For example, students with visual impairments, sometimes they need textbooks or materials with very large fonts. So in terms of the teaching materials, there will be some aids to help the students. And in terms of special education, if the students with disabilities have any specific need, there will also be remedial classes for these students. So if they need further support for learning, then there will be remedial programs to help them. So I think there are really a lot of resources, and this is so that we can achieve the goal of inclusive education. We need all students to understand disabilities, and we want to have a more friendly environment for students with disabilities.
I had one small comment.
Please, go ahead.
It'll be short. And which is that in our discussions about whether it's children, young people, students with disabilities, or adults, I think we need to keep in mind that they have much to offer. So it's not all about how do we give to them, support them, and I haven't got time now, but I could identify a number of seriously disabled people. I mean, think of Stephen Hawkins, who's added immensely to our understanding of the world and the universe. And you know, and I mean, maybe he's a little bit exceptional, but at every level we see that. So I think that that's the other thing. We need to get beyond the sort of deficit model, because really what disables people is the social environment, the economic environment. So that's just the point I want. I mean, it's been terrific to hear this, and hopefully in 4 years' time, it would be, you know, a good focus to understand what, you know, if you're monitoring trends and what's happening, it'll be great to come back to that, because this is also something important to share with the rest of our region, with the Asia Pacific, who did take an initiative in pushing. This region was amongst those who pushed for the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, after initially being reluctant. And so I think and recognising the, you know, to some extent the resourcing challenges, but not everything is about money. Sometimes it's just about doing things differently. So thank you very much for this conversation. I wish it could go on longer, but
Yes.
it can't.
Okay, thank you very much. But I would, before I give the floor to Ms. Shin, I would like to add one little word, which has to do with human rights education again, and that is, if you look at General Comment 13, I believe it is, on the right to education of the committee, there are whole chunks of specially to be addressed groups, so that if in your next report you make your statements perhaps a little bit more directed from the text of the covenant, because a lot of effort went into drafting of that particular general comment, like in all others, and they are meant to be helpful for the state party in drafting their report. And now I give immediately the floor to Jesus Shin.
Thank you, and thanks for the explanation for all the issues related to education. I want to ask two specific questions to the Ministry of Education. First, we all experienced difficulties regarding education during COVID. So what has been the most challenging thing in Taiwan? The schools were locked down and then open, and then, you know, again and again. There are differences in regions, etc. So what was the most challenging regarding providing education to children at various levels? So that's my first question. Second question is regarding education for indigenous children. And again, what is the most challenging thing when Ministry of Education is trying to provide equal education to the indigenous children, because they are living scattered, they are in 16 plus Pintu indigenous groups, etc. So I think you have many challenges, and I would like to know what are those challenges and how you solve those. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Can the Ministry of Education respond to these two questions? So first of all, during the COVID pandemic, what are some of the challenges encountered in offering education, and what measures have we taken? The second question is regarding education for indigenous children. Now, the population of indigenous people, the number is almost 600,000, so I wouldn't say it's a very small group either. So what are some of the measures for them? The Ministry of Education, please. Thank you for your questions. So first of all, regarding the first question, during the COVID-19 pandemic in Taiwan, how do we address the challenges that we encounter? Now, the COVID-19 pandemic is a global problem, And in Taiwan, in the very beginning of the outbreak, we already have a central epidemic command center, and we also participate in the center's meeting. So we also follow the national COVID-19 policies. If in schools people are also infected by COVID-19 pandemic, we of course have to consider the safety of the people in schools. So we in fact adjust our measures very often according to the development of the pandemic. So in the initial stages, we were quite strict in our control measures, and there was a Delta and so on. Now we are faced with the Omicron variant. So of course, with different variants, we have different response measures. And currently, well, I would say that because of vaccination, now for different age groups, we administered vaccines. And previously, there was a discussion for children aged between 6 and 11. And they didn't have vaccines. There were no vaccines for them to use. However, now vaccines for school children are also available. So parents can choose to have their children vaccinated. So this is the current situation. So now, of course, we also have to look at people who are infected. For example, when a student is being infected, then the student has to be treated, has to be taken care of. And the control measures also vary depending on the region. But vaccination rate is something we've been working on. And regarding the second question, education for indigenous children. So in terms of the indigenous population, indigenous people make up about 2% of Taiwan's total population. And indigenous people used to live in remote areas mostly, but now many members of indigenous peoples have moved to urban areas. So now I would say that the ratio is about 1-to-1. So a lot of indigenous peoples are now living in cities. So half of them live in cities, half of them live in remote areas. We are working with the Council of Indigenous Peoples. And in terms of budgeting, our budget for indigenous children has been increasing. And as I mentioned, we work with the Council of Indigenous Peoples. And every year, there are 20 major projects that are cross-ministerial. And we have ample budget to take care of indigenous children. But according to our Indigenous Education Act, we also stipulate that the budget for indigenous people's education cannot be lower than 1.9% of the overall education budget. So that means that they get resources from a regular education budget, but there's also budget specifically for them. And for indigenous students in tertiary education, so basically we have affirmative action for indigenous students, and if they are able to speak indigenous languages, then there will also be bonuses for them. And we also consult with the Council of Indigenous Peoples so that we understand what kind of professionals are needed in indigenous communities. And we will provide training programs in order to train such professionals. So basically, we've been working very closely with the Council of Indigenous Peoples.
的一个支持 ，OK，OK，、
Can I have a small follow-up?
OK。
So that's all for my explanation. Thank you.
Very quick addition from Jesus.
A small follow-up question. During the pandemic, I think many countries, we noticed that there is lowering of academic performances depending on the social class, whether from marginalized groups. So I would like to know whether it's the same in Taiwan and how you cope with that. But if we don't have enough time, maybe written information is also welcome.
Thank you for keeping the question short, because we have to go on to Article 15. But maybe, yes?
So I'll answer quickly on behalf of the Ministry of Education. During the pandemic periods, we want to protect the right to education. We provide education, for example, through online, so that we can continue to provide education to them, whether their academic performances has been affected or not. So we can provide you with further information. Their right to education, their right to health are both important. So we work with CDC, we work with the command center. So the Ministry of Education work closely with the command center, so you can rest assured that children are really a very important asset for the country. So the government will do everything we can to protect the right to education and the right to health. And so balance the development of the economic activity and so on. So are you going to add anything from the Ministry of Education? So I'm from the K-12 Education Administration. From last year, we had a guideline for pandemic prevention for schools. And for different levels of schools, from elementary to high school, we provided guidelines for online learning. So we provide flexibility in the online program to help students learn at home. For example, the use of computer, software, hardware support, we provided all of that to the students. When students at home, teachers will use phone call to contact students to make sure that they are learning without problems. Thank you.
For that short and crisp answer, we now come to Article 15, or the correlation for Article 13 and 15, and hand over straight away to Virginia Dandan.
There, it's okay, thank you. I'm about to ask a difficult kind of question because it has to do with the concept of what is indigenous and the roots of what we know to be indigenous culture. Because there are many debates that go on about this, but just the same, I will try to see if I can make myself clear enough. Sometimes it's very difficult to choose the words, because there are certain thoughts about how a language survives and how meaning an indigenous language survives, and why they should survive or not. That is the question. Because very often, indigenous peoples themselves want to become mainstream because they don't want to be discriminated against and being seen as different. And so they try to behave like the mainstream. I know this firsthand because when I was doing research in the south of the Philippines, with regards to a certain group, they're known as Bajau, and they have always been classically discriminated against. They live in poverty, they live in the oceans, they are sea gypsies. And most people treat them as though they're just curiosities. And little by little, they try to assimilate, inject themselves into that mainstream culture. And so they even deny that they are Bajau, and they try to behave, they try to speak like a real Tausug, they're called, people from the south. Now, the problem has been these minority groups of indigenous peoples have been so discriminated against that they have very low self-esteem. They feel as though they're ashamed to be who they are, and they don't want to speak the language anymore. That's on one hand. But there, on the other hand, there is this school of thought that they don't want their culture to die, and therefore they want to preserve their language, and not just to preserve, but to actually promote the speaking of these languages. And so we go a little higher. The education ministries are caught in this trap, and they do not know how to respond. In my own experience, because I'm basically a teacher, at heart I am a teacher, first and foremost. And so my feeling about education, that a child has to be willing to be educated in a certain manner, and it is his right to choose how he wishes to be educated. So the dilemma is, do we try to encourage them to assimilate themselves into the mainstream culture, or do we try and, in our eagerness for their culture to survive, we try to discourage them from learning their own culture? I mean, from being assimilated into other cultures and limiting them to what has been regarded as the traditional culture. There is no right or wrong answer to this, and it's always up to the powers that be in the ministries of justice globally. So I was wondering what is the attitude of Taiwan? I have a feeling I know the answer from all the issues that I have seen, because I've been studying the culture of Taiwan since there was a first review. But I really would like to see what kind of policy is adopted by the government, the official policy, as regards the survival of languages vis-a-vis the way of life of indigenous people, whether they are integrated, assimilated, or encouraged to be independent and autonomous.
Thank you. And I give the chair back to you, Mr. Vice President.
好，谢谢委员。
Thank you for your question. For the indigenous people issue, we do not stress integration. In the morning, I talk about new migrants. We respect diversity. So every group of people has its value to survive. As for the survival of indigenous languages, of course, we have a CIP in the national government, and our president in the presidential office organized a transitional justice committee for the survival of indigenous languages. This has been a very popular topic. I think, can I have CIP to add more information? Yes, Thank you for the question, and thank you for your concern about indigenous peoples. Thank you so much, especially the language development of indigenous peoples. So I think I'll address this question from two aspects. First, UNESCO has already paid attention to the losses of indigenous languages in Taiwan. For the past decades, there are 16 peoples, and they all face the same issue, the same phenomenon of losing their native languages. But in 2016, on August 1st, the president apologized to the indigenous peoples. And now we are trying to promote the upholding of transitional justice for indigenous peoples, especially the policy of the languages after apologizing to the indigenous people. And then within 1 year in 2017, and then we started to enacted an Indigenous Language Development Act. After the passage of this act, for the 16 peoples, this is a very significant act because finally, they feel that finally our languages, are nationalized. We are being protected. We are speaking national languages, and all the, for example, budget, staffing, resources, everything we need are now being supported by the government. And for basic education level, and then we have this act to fall back on. So, for example, for kindergarten, we provide an immersive environment. For primary school, we provide courses once every week. They can immerse, they can speak their mother tongue in that 1 week, in that 1 hour. And then we organize 16 advisory groups for language promoting. We have 152 language advocates. So that means we're trying to use the power of the nation to help the 16 indigenous languages to survive. And we are very happy to see that for the past few years after the act was passed, the Indigenous Language Development Act was passed, the Ministry of Education mentioned that for primary school and junior high school, well, of course, there are experimental education for these two levels. And for the 16 peoples, there are 36 experimental schools. So that means for 35 hours in a week, we return 8 to 12 hours for the students to devote to the learning of their languages and cultures. That means through educational school program, students are able to learn regular subjects as well as courses devoted to the conservation of their languages and cultures. So in response to your concern, is it going to be a dichotomy? Are we going to have students assimilated into the mainstream or being independent and then preserving their traditions? I think we can have both at the same time. For the Indigenous Peoples Development Act, that is, we can actually share our experiences to the Austronesian countries. So I think in the future, we will see more and more indigenous peoples willing and speaking their languages more. Thank you.
I do want to acknowledge the importance of the step that Taiwan has taken to officially recognize as national languages indigenous languages. I mean, that's absolutely crucial. And it really will make a difference because it also shows that they're important for the whole nation, not just for individual indigenous communities. And, hopefully we'll begin to see more of them used across Taiwan by non-Indigenous as well, or words from them used. And I just wanted to share with you, in relation to the sort of issues that Virginia raised, a statement by a very respected Māori elder, teacher, academic, who's done a huge amount of work on developing, particularly in education, but also in health, because he was trained and worked as a psychiatrist before he became a university professor, sort of how Māori concepts can survive. You know, and Māori are the indigenous people of New Zealand, and as you probably all know, their origins come back to Taiwan. And he said he wants every Māori child to grow up confident in their identity as Māori, but also in terms of their own tribe, their sub-tribe, their whānau, so know who they are as Māori, being able to speak te reo, the language, and be confident of their own culture, be educated to succeed in Aotearoa New Zealand as a New Zealand citizen, and to be a citizen of the world. And that those are the three things that the education system, in whatever it's providing and how it's providing, those are the three things that it should be aiming for all Māori children. In fact, he said, of course, for all children of New Zealand, when you think about it, because one of the interesting things is thinking about nurturing Māori culture, language, participation, actually, in a number of areas has led to important improvements for our communities as a whole, not just for Māori, because it's, the other thing I want to say, what's so important about language is that carries, languages, Indigenous languages carry knowledge that is even more important to us today than it has been in the past, knowledge that we don't necessarily have. And to use another example, and I will stop just very briefly, if you think about Australian Aboriginal people, the longest settled community in the world, 60,000 years they have been settled in Australia, their culture, their knowledge of the desert and the ability to cross the desert, never having done it before, and survive because of their Indigenous knowledge, tradition. In this time of climate change, that's an extraordinary ability, and one that I hope Australians learn to treasure, though they're a bit slow, I have to say. I've got an Australian granddaughter, so I'm allowed to say that. So the language is important, not just because it's a part of the identity, and not just because it's part of the culture, but also because those languages carry with them knowledge, for example, about the environment, about trees, plants, etc., that we who are not Indigenous don't necessarily have.
I know we are under extreme time constraint, but I just want to ask you a very direct, short question. UNESCO has three heritage. One is cultural heritage, another is intangible heritage, and the third one that people are not aware of well is memory of the world, documentary heritage. And then language is related to this documentary heritage. If you have anything that's written on wood or whatever, the language of each ethnic or indigenous groups, then that should be preserved and transferred to the next generation. So my question is, I know that because of China, you cannot be a member of UNESCO, but I don't know whether there is an informal way to seek help from Asia Pacific Regional Commission or I don't know, internationally, trying to connect with this Memory of the World program. I'm not sure whether you have a UNESCO committee nationally, but anyway, if you have any information that regarding to this documentary heritage, that would be helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from your group just to quickly answer that?
Right, so regarding the international participation, perhaps you can respond? Yes. 请问
over there. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm here. Right, so regarding the questions just raised, so regarding world memories, I think you both mentioned that indeed the indigenous languages are vehicles for knowledge and memories. And the indigenous peoples in Taiwan did not have a written system. But in the last decade or so, we've been working very hard, especially in recent years. So we, in fact, use a phonetic system to create a writing system for the 16 indigenous languages. And this writing system will be very helpful because it's very systematic. And in our Education Act for Indigenous Peoples, according to Article 5, we also have a medium to long-term project, and this is to revitalize the indigenous languages. And this is so that we can really preserve the culture, preserve the knowledge, preserve the worldview of the indigenous peoples, preserve the memories, the music, and also cultures, intangible or tangible. So I think the creation of such a knowledge system will help preserve the cultures. And I think that in the school phase, as people develop teaching materials, they can also make use of the knowledge system. And regarding international participation, so according to Article 11 of the Indigenous Languages Development Act, in fact, starting in 2020, we've been interacting with Austronesian nations. We have a forum. We have a medium to long-term project. So we've been working with Austronesian countries. So the interaction has been quite close. So these are some of the projects that we've been working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it was telling that we have ended our dialogue on a very important issue affecting indigenous populations who regard themselves worldwide as in particular need, because they very often are faced with extinction, and that is not the case in Taiwan is a helpful thing. But by the questions that were raised at the end, I hope it became clear that a lot remains to be done for them. I would like to close this not without saying that we enjoyed the dialogue with you yesterday and today. It was open, it was frank, and sometimes it was easy for you to answer the questions. Sometimes they were a little difficult, but that's part of the exercise. And that you have taken it on yourself to ask us to come for the third time is perhaps the best sign that this type of cooperation is really worthwhile doing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it, even under these terrible COVID conditions. I would like to, I'm seeing the NGOs immediately afterwards in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but I would like to take this in your presence. The way you have organized this is marvelous. The way you have, Vice Minister, the way you have organized the translation non-stop, and of course there is going to be a lot more translation work coming up into the night when the concluding observations are finally drafted. And to make this possible in this very pleasant surrounding in this ministry, in this center, conference center, fills me with pleasure and honor that we were here, and I speak on behalf of all of us. Thank you very much once again.
再次感谢大家。
Thank you very much for your participation in this meeting, and this session is adjourned. Thank you.
Just for some of you and the committee, we are meeting again at 5:30. But the NGOs will get their full hour. Okay, thank you.
两公约第三次国家报告。
The NGO session in the Cluster 5 is beginning now. We'll be talking about Articles 12 to 15 as well as points 46 to 51 in COR. And also, please speak according to your turn. One group has 2 minutes, 2 groups have 4 minutes. For 3 groups at one go, you have 5 minutes. We'll give you 1 bell after when you have 30 seconds left. When your time is up, we'll give you 2 bells. So when you speak, please make sure that you don't speak too fast. And also, please raise your hand before you speak. Thank you.
The discussion with the NGOs is always livening, and I look forward very much, like all my colleagues, to you. I don't think I need to introduce them again, because I see from the list you were here yesterday as well. Yes, okay. So, to begin with, today we have 23 speakers. I warn you, I have to be extremely strict. We will spend exactly 1 hour, because the 10 minutes which we lost, we will put at the end, but not more, okay? So be fair to the ones that are last, and the last few ones. Don't exceed. When you hear the first ring of the bell, it means that you have to finish. And then give the chance to the next one. Okay, that having been said, I once again must stress how very important this dialogue with you is. Your alternative report and your individual contributions in writing have been exceedingly good. Some of us will also look at some of the things that have been handed to us here. But since we have to be ready tomorrow, and drafting is quite a complex situation, and we have to agree amongst it, not all can be properly dealt with. So it's much better to give that to those informations before the meeting starts. This is for next time. And lastly, I think I've spoken enough. I begin with and ask ROC's Association for HIV, AIDS and Child Care. And before you take the floor, remember that we have read your written contributions. So unless you have something new, you should really come straight to the suggestion or recommendations that you would wish that we take up. Okay? So, the Association of HIV, AIDS and Child Care, you have the floor.
Thank you.
And okay, always do this because...
Here.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. As a doctor, I believe evidence-based medicine. So, you know, from the previous report in this morning from CDC, Taiwan sexual education focus too much on condoms. Condoms can, we believe, we misunderstood that condoms are 100% effective in protection of sexually transmitted disease. So, but actually, when you have sex, the contents are not only in genital organ, but your whole body. So as for gonorrhea, the protection rate can only reach 62% in using condoms. Second, as PrEP for HIV prevention, there was a warning sign that in UK reported that big increase in recent PrEP users among new HIV cases. One concern is that when taking PrEP while having HIV could lead to drug resistance. Some of them did turn out to have mutations that convert resistance to drugs in the PrEP pill. So our suggestion is ABC strategy for STD. We would put abstinence and be faithful in the first places. We should be aware that PrEP may not fully protect teenagers from HIV infection. And the second, teachers for sexual education should be professionally trained and qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Taiwan Association of Gender Sexuality Rights Protection.
Here. Okay. Here I am. In response to the government's report on sexuality education, I would like to add that, in fact, only about 20% of the health education teachers are qualified. And the health promotion school program of the college was terminated in 2020. 24 schools have been stopped for implementation, and 50 colleges have not yet been implemented. For the schools under high schools, only 4 to 5 counties have promoted the health promotion school program each year. The program is not fully implemented nationally. Originally, there was a sexual health consultation website, which has experts to respond to the questions from teenagers, but it was terminated last year. The concept of sex education promoted by the gender ideology is actually comfort to the health of adolescents. So we suggest the government to make sexual health a priority. Train enough qualified professional teachers for sexual health education. Establish a sexual health education counseling system, and restore the health consultation website. Promote the health promotion school programs comprehensively, and restore the program of colleges. The colleges should be required to have sexual health courses taught by professional sex education professors. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you also for sticking to the time limit. The new Taipei City Loving and Protecting Minors Association. You have the floor. Where are you? It's not there. So I come to number 4, Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association.
Here.
好，大家好，我是台湾性别平等。
Hello everyone, I'm the Secretary General from TGEEA for point 48 and 50 of COR. For the 2019 curriculum or in the classroom, we see there is a lack of comprehensive sex education. Now, what teachers are teaching the so-called holistic sexuality education, which focuses on the combination of sex with love and a marriage. Only sex in marriage is good sex. However, this is really contrary to what students need to learn in terms of being able to have good health in sex and reproductive health, because it is because the National Academy for Educational Research included some revision about the inclusion of comprehensive sex education, but this is not enough because most teachers do not have the capability to teach comprehensive sex education. So in addition to including sex education in the curriculum, authorities should use a more active measures to implement this comprehensive sex education. For example, providing guidelines and forming task group, and also providing training for teachers. In addition to health and the PE teachers, all teachers in all different subjects should learn comprehensive sex education. And also for the conflict between sex education and sexual equality education, and also when teachers try to teach education, they face a lot of pressure. The competent authority should communicate with the society and to clear out the misunderstanding. Thank you.
The Taiwan Mother's Shield Alliance. There you are. Okay. Please, you have the floor.
好，你好，我们要强调。
So for us, we feel that preventive education is very important. We should avoid teen pregnancy. The government should have policies to help these families. Once a teenager gets pregnant, they should be able to care for them and try to keep them in school. And please evaluate sex education as well as education about using contraception. And then teaching about ABC education. Condom is safe, but condom sex doesn't mean safe sex. For example, condom only provides 60% of protection for gonorrhea. For sex education, we should let people know that because their frontal lobe is not mature enough, so they are very impulsive. They do not think of consequences, and teenagers are not able to be responsible afterwards. So teenagers should know all about the consequences for having sex. So they should, and the media should have the responsibility, because media is only talking about the enjoyment of sex. So teenagers will ignore the consequences of sex and being pregnant. So we should talk about, abstinence. And also the government should pay attention to teenagers in Hualien and the Taichung areas. The government should use subsidies to have family to play its role. And then the government should refer to Singapore and South Korea to increase budget to create a relevant agency under the executive yuan and utilize all resources from different agencies. Thank you.
Awakening Foundation. Yes, please.
好，谢谢。那妇女新世纪。
Thank you. I'm from the Awakening Foundation. In response to the national report saying that although there is Sex Equality Education Act, there are curriculum. However, if you look at the lesson plan, lots of the information is outdated. For example, in the textbook, it talks about online dating. It tells people that don't make friends on the internet. But this is very, quite the contrary to the needs of teenagers. When we talk about STDs, we let people see what will happen to their genitals, after they get STD. But we don't talk about we don't talk about, the power struggle or the power relationship in the intimate relationship. So the education used a very negative way to threaten and intimidate students. And we think that this kind of sex education don't really take into the curiosity of teenagers when it comes to sex. So we think this kind of sex education is not enough. And also some parents call school to make a protest when teachers try to teach sex education. Because of the pressure, teachers are afraid to talk more about sex education or sexual orientation. And also for local governments, when they organize sex education speeches, but sometimes the content is very conservative. They talk about, no sex before marriage and so on. So we need to think about that, discuss about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Taipei Women's Rescue Foundation. You have the floor.
Here. 妇女救援基金会这边要。
From Taipei Women's Rescue Foundation, we want to reply to the national report 256-265 about comfort women, military, sexual slavery, the preservation of the data. So we have different human rights museum in Taiwan. However, for comfort women, we don't have a national level human rights museum for them. Actually, their history is part of Taiwan's history. They actually left a lot of very valuable documents for us. So these belong to public goods. So we should have a human rights museum to conserve all the relevant data and documents. It shouldn't be a private-led effort. And in the curriculum, for the topic of comfort women, there is very little description in the textbook. So when we ask students or teachers about their understanding of comfort women, some of them may feel that they did it voluntarily. And we hope that in the history curriculum, we should add more facts about the history of comfort women. So we shouldn't just talk about, what happened when there was a Japanese military in Taiwan and we failed to record the history of comfort women.
Yes, thank you very much. I think at this you would like to make a very small comment? And you know why I asked that.
It would have been better if we had that information that you asked before we had dialogue with the government delegation, because we didn't raise that issue with the Ministry of Education. So I don't know how we can incorporate that, but we'll think about it, yeah? But I cannot promise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But it's likely that an issue like this will not go away from one day to the next. So you prepare then for the next reporting cycle. Thank you very much. Next is the Taiwan LGBTQ family rights advocacy. You have the floor.
Help me.
Sorry? Nobody there. So we come to Taiwan Parents Protect, Taiwan Tongxi LGBTQ Plus Hotline Association.
Here.
Hi, I come from the Taiwan Tongzhi Hotline Association. What I would like to address is what the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Ministry of Education said regarding STDs. According to the government, they basically only talked about the issue from a very medical perspective. And also some NGOs would say things like STDs are bad, or going on online dating websites are bad. This is how they teach students. But according to our observations, while we have the gender equality education law, but for people who are homosexual, who are gay, there's very little information. So we want to present some suggestions to the government regarding condoms. It happened that there was a teacher who taught students how to use the condom correctly, but then the teacher was sued by the general public. But the teacher didn't receive any support from the government. Thank you.
Thank you also for the written information that you provided on that. Next is the Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. You have the floor.
Hi, I come from the Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. What I want to say is that the Taiwanese government should involve parents in the spirit of the two covenants. So the parents should have the right to let their children receive the kind of education that is in line with their own beliefs. And schools should be trained in these laws and tell parents what kind of education content will be in violation of their beliefs, so that parents can have the right to pull their children out from these classes. So this is a protection of basic right. And they should not force children to receive education that violates parents' beliefs and morals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Kaohsiung City Parent Association. You have the floor.
Here.
Ah, there. Thank you.
Thank you. 我想要先
Right, so I want to respond to the issues raised by the Taiwan 同志 Hotline Association. We hope that in your COR, you can also add that sex education should not just go overboard, because sex education doesn't mean sex liberation. So there was, I think there was this case where sex education somehow became sex liberation. So in school, in school bathrooms, students try to engage in sexual intercourse. So there were news stories about this. So I hope that sex education in Taiwan should be reasonable, should be age appropriate, rather than a platform for sex liberation. And also, we hope that the education where love is between a man and a woman, we hope that this kind of concept will not be discriminated against, because some teachers and some groups, when they teach that a marriage is between a man and a woman, and they were attacked. So parents should have the right to choose the kind of gender equality education that is in line with their religious beliefs. Because in certain religions, they believe that marriage is between a man and woman.
Thank you very much. Next is the Mental Health Association in Taiwan.
Here. Dear committee members, I'm Po Han Lee, representing the Mental Health Association today. We would like to raise a concern that has been marginal in the process, that is the lack of policy commitment to the highest attainable standard of mental health. In Taiwan, mental health issues has been treated primarily with psychomedical approach, which focuses on suicide prevention and interventions in persons with mental conditions. The importance of mental health promotion through education, which is essential for our resilience in facing life-changing and traumatic events, has been reiterated by the WHO and the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Right to Health. However, considering the increases in personal isolations, family conflict, and domestic violence in the pandemic context, little effort and resource has been allocated to mental health promotion, not to mention special attention to vulnerable groups, such as pregnant women and women who seek abortions, elders and carers at home, school children and dropouts, indigenous peoples, sexual and gender minorities, persons with disabilities, prisoners, migrant workers, and sex workers. We don't have indicators and benchmarks to measure the realization of the right to mental health, nor do we have relevant statistical data besides diagnosis and hospitalization of mental illnesses. We argue that relevant governmental organizations shall work together for mental health mainstreaming, and we hope your concluding observation can reflect, first, including mental health promotion in the ongoing discussion over amending the Mental Health Act. Secondly, strengthening the role of community mental health centers in the amendment. Thirdly, developing tools to evaluate the human rights impact of mental health programs and policies. Lastly, collecting and publishing relevant statistical and budgeting data for research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I like the Christmas. If you could do me a personal favor and write that down in writing very briefly, without comment, just the 4 points, and give them to me afterwards. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Covenants Watch.
委员好，我
You have the
是
floor.
Good afternoon. Right, so I am also speaking on behalf of the Taiwan International Medical Alliance. So can I have my 4 minutes? Yes. Okay, hi. I'm from the Covenants Watch. So regarding the education of foreign national children, so children who do not have Taiwanese nationality, they are not covered by the National Education Act. So they are relying on the government's goodwill. Usually they are treated as special cases if they want to access education. So that's the situation on the ground. Our suggestion for the review committee is that Taiwan should amend its National Education Act so that foreign children can also have access to free and good quality education. And also, we want to draw your attention to the health disparity of indigenous peoples. Now, in the reports, the government mentioned an action plan, but the action plan only ran from 2018 to 2020, so it's not a comprehensive plan, and it cannot really address the health disparity between indigenous groups and non-indigenous groups. In 2019, in terms of life expectancy, the gap between indigenous peoples and other groups is 8 years. And if we talk about infant mortality rate, in indigenous communities, the infant mortality rate is far higher than in other communities. And over the last few weeks, as there are more and more COVID-19 cases, now, if we talk about the places with the highest concentration of COVID-19 cases, one is in Nan'ao, in Yilan, the other one is in Hualien. So again, these are two indigenous communities. So this again highlights the disparity. But the central government or the local government, none of them have any specific task forces to address these problems. And also it's difficult to for indigenous peoples to have their voices heard. So in order to reduce infant mortality rate and in order to ensure that everyone has access to high quality medical care, we also need to follow the principle of FPIC. Back in 2010, indigenous peoples already came up with a draft for indigenous people's health. So this advocacy has been going on for 10 years, but the government has not responded to such a draft. And the government has not come up with its own draft either. So we suggest that in your COR, you should reiterate this point. The health disparity between indigenous peoples and non-indigenous peoples should be addressed. And the government should also respect indigenous people's voices so that Article 12 of this covenant can be respected. Thirdly, 30 seconds. Okay. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have already mentioned that health and also people's privacy and also freedom of speech have been affected. So if you need such information, I can provide documents to you. Thank you.
Next is the Taiwan Education Association.
这边是台湾教育协会。
Hi, I'm from the Taiwan Education Association. So I want to draw your attention to the government's response. So it's 250 and 251. And it's about disabled people. And in fact, disabled people are not involved. So sometimes the best interest of disabled students are not taken into consideration. And also, who can have access to special education. Sometimes the criteria are very strict. So some students should be classified as having access, as having special needs according to the CRPD. But in the evaluation, they do not meet the criteria, so they have no access to special education. We hope that the government can address this issue. And according to Article 13, disabled students should have the right to education. And also regarding 242, 244, and 245, some of the regulations are not applied across the board. And according to statistics of the government, about 10,000 students are learning outside of school. But these places are not governed by the Gender Equality Act. So I hope that you can urge the government to amend relevant regulations. Lastly, as I mentioned in the very beginning, disabled people only receive little attention in Taiwan. So we hope that in the COR, this issue can be raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, a complex issue that you managed to condense it so beautifully. Next is the Buddhist Association of the Republic of China, BAPOC.
委员好，现在我要。
So in the ICESCR, we can see that there is a provision about religious education. We know that in Article 13-1 and -4, they talk about sections related to religion. So we know that this covenant values religious education. So we should include that in the education system, so that people can know more about different religions, so that which can form a friendly relationship between different religions. So I think it is important to incorporate the spirit of different religions so that we can reduce conflicts happening in the world. However, for the government for the past 10 years have been ignoring this part. They have two reasons, because they say there should be a separation between religion and politics, and they don't want to promote a certain religion. Although that religion is separated from politics, however, we should also still include religions in the education system, because we'll be able to increase children's literacy and learning. After building a good foundation, I think it's important to include religions as part of basic education. And also the government says that they don't want to preach a certain religion. But I think we should focus on the universality of different religions, not just upholding any certain religion. So I think it's included to teach about all religions. Well, in Taiwan, 85% of people have religions, and then also there are a diversity of religions in Taiwan. So I think the government should include the teaching of different educations, and the religion's basic law should be passed. Thank you.
And I overlooked Amnesty International, which wasn't my intention. You have the floor now, with my apologies.
Thank you. I'm from Amnesty International. I'm also a Miss Indigenous people in Taiwan. So I want to talk about the indigenous people. I may not have enough time, but I'll provide you with written document for Lanyu waste removal. I want to raise question for the government's reply. We'll also provide you with written information. Thai Power Company gave us various timelines, but they have all been failures. But we think the government should take every possible step to make it happen. So they should give us a clear deadline. And before the removal of waste, they should continue to monitor the radioactivity around the site and to monitor the health of the people there. And they should set up a deadline by 2029 to remove the waste out of Lanyu. So you focus on the update after 2019, but actually the government failed to update you about giving you the relevant policy, because we talk about interim storage site. Well, actually, the government talked about Taidong as a candidate site, but it's still also an indigenous tribe. So we don't believe in what the government said. I don't think they are active enough in removing waste. And for sexual abuse, for indigenous people, we can see younger and younger people are being abused. We can see the indigenous youth account for 3.5%. However, in terms of sex abuse percentage, it accounts for 12%. So I hope that the Ministry of Health and Welfare should take that into consideration and to create a safety net. And for discrimination in campus, we will provide you with written documents. Thank you. Please turn on the mic.
I now ask the Association of World Citizens, Taiwan.
Thank you. And Virginia just mentioned about human education in Taiwan. Human education in Taiwan, human rights education in Taiwan. We can see there is very weak human rights education provided to civil servants. We can see these government officials, they don't have a good understanding over human rights. They don't have a good understanding of different cultures. We can see a lot, when it comes to cultures, it has a lot to do with religions. For example, 太极门 is a very good case because, Tai Chi Men focuses on the relationship between the master and the disciples. And for the tax bureau, in order to get more taxes, they say that they are organizing a cram school in Taiwan. However, actually, there was only 1 year among the 50 years history. There was only 1 year operation of cram school, and they used that, as a reason to auction off the holy land of Taizhimen. And the administrative execution agency actually did a lot of illegal seizure and auction of the property. Actually, only they know that there is a problem of the tax bill, but they still insist on, selling the Holy Land of Taizhimen. Because the judges failed to have enough understanding of human rights. So they made they had a problem in making the final decision. So that's why there have to be a lot of violations against human rights. Thank you.
Next is the Taiwan Association for Human Rights.
不好意思，台湾人权促进会和
So number 20 and 21, well, I will speak on behalf of these two organizations, so I have 4 minutes, right? So I want to talk about Leshen Sanatorium. So we can see there have been protests starting from 2003. So the government promised to keep part of the old compounds. And in 2017, the executive yuan passed an overall development plan for the sanatorium, hope to recover to clear its name, to memorize what happened in the past. And the construction started in 2020. However, the construction started to affect the living area of the residents. However, the hospital failed to provide information about home repair and relocation. There's a lack of transparency. There's a lack of effective participation. And they also violate paragraph 38 of the UN evictions principle. So we can see there are more than 77 patients of Hansen disease. Their benefits, their rights are seriously, violated. So we can see that lots of the, residences have to be. Well, the government promised that they will demolish first and then rebuild. However, the residents don't know whether there are any alternative programs or when they are going to move. And the hospital intimidated the residents that the houses belong to the government and the houses are not safe. They're going to collapse. So they intimidate the residents. So instead of using an open and honest way to communicate, they fail to take care of the residents. They fail to provide an alternative program. In terms of the use of the public space, there are several important houses, for example, like Penglai House or Ping An She, which have served very important functions. And then, for example, Penglai She, since April last year, they started to suffer from no water, no electricity, and also Ping An housing. The police forced people to leave this housing, so which caused a lot of concern for the residents, because these are very important public spaces which serve as an important node for residents to react with the outside world. So it's important to keep their mental and physical health. So they should have the right to keep this public housing. And then we can see in the government's program, they list resettlement of residents as a goal. However, we can see there is power imbalance. There is a lack of transparency, no information provided. So the residents are pressured under a lot of mental pressure. So we can see that this is in violation of number 7 of general comments and also number 38 of the evictions principle. Actually, this is a reconstruction program. It is based on goodwill. So it's an important part in transitional justice and also in the protection of these patients with disabilities. However, the government failed to listen to the voices of the residents. So they're not able to have stable living. They fail to have a space to interact with the general public. So we hope that during the reconstruction process, we know that the residents may suffer from mental and physical influence. They should respect patients with Hansen disease to be able to participate in the construction so their rights can be well protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Wild at Heart Legal Defense Association, Taiwan.
我也是要针对乐生疗养院的议题来回应。那
I would like to respond to Leshen Sanatorium program. So we can see, well, there has been a lot of destruction to the compounds, and actually the entrance of the sanatorium marks a very significant meaning to the residents. So they hope that the reconstruction of the entrance can be made to their satisfaction. So the ministry talked to the residents, and then finally they came up with a platform solution. However, in a 2016 coordination meeting, well, an initial agreement was reached. However, we can see that in number 51 of the COR, we can see after making that decision, the government actually broke its promise, and then they decided to build a 10-meter high bridge as opposed to the original platform plan. So this is a stark contrast to the old entrance. So they suffer from a lot of impact. And because of the Hansen disease, they are not able to they are not able to press buttons in the elevator, and they're afraid of to be confined in a elevator because they don't want to be discriminated against. So they have very bad experience of using elevators. However, the government still wants to install elevators. And in the past, there was a landslide problem to this sanatorium, and the government says that they are willing to respect the decision of the residents. And then the Ministry of Culture also say that the platform design meets the expectations of the residents. And then I hope that all the experts here, because we know that all the residents are over 80 years old, they don't have too many years to live. So I hope that you can ask the government to redress and to return the original landscape of this sanatorium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last on the official list is the League for Persons with Disabilities, ROC. You have the floor. Who is it? You? No. Nobody there. Then I have, we in fact have saved some time, and I apologize for those who really rushed to the end of their remarks. There's one issue that came up in the dialogue this afternoon with the state, and that is the question of COVID-19 and Omicron, and how that affects the right to health under the social covenant. And I know in the alternative reports of the NGOs, Covenant Watch had quite some paragraphs on it. And if you perhaps could answer very briefly what the key problems are, I'll give you 5 minutes because it was not prepared. Sorry?
Excuse me, this is from Profemina, Taiwan, and we are the number 7, and it was missed. Yeah, so I didn't report earlier.
Oh, I see. Well, then I'll hear you first.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, now according to government's report, that the average annual number of abortions is about 50,000 to 60,000. However, these numbers do not include those permitted by 0.6 Clause 1, Article 9 of the Eugenic Health Act, which indicates that if pregnancy and childbirth may affect your mental health and family life, one can have an abortion, but have to pay by the women themselves. This group is estimated to be the majority group and takes about 90% of all abortions, which the government indicates that they do not have the actual figures because they are not allowed by law for clinics and hospitals to report. Therefore, it is the most controversial area. We have attached the original news report quoting the remarks made by the Deputy Commissioner of the Health Promotion Bureau in year 2011. The numbers of abortions are estimated to be at least between 200,000 and 300,000. However, the actual numbers of live births last year is only about 153,000 babies. And the fertility rate is only about 0.975, leading Taiwan, along with South Korea, to be the lowest 2 countries in the world in fertility rate. I believe abortion is one of the key factors for Taiwan to have such low fertility rate, but the government seems to overlook this factor. We suggest Taiwan should have a safe haven system like it is in Germany, USA, and some other countries, that a teenage pregnant girl can give her baby to a hospital or a certain institution, and her personal information will be kept confidential until the age of 16 of the child. So the life of the baby can be kept instead of being abandoned. Today, teenage pregnancies are required to be reported by the doctors to the government. For those who abandon their babies in the hospital or elsewhere will be punished with criminal charges and fine. Therefore, many teenage girls are likely to go for abortion when they know they are pregnant. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I now give the floor to Covenant's Watch to say a few words about the COVID question and what are the key problems in your view. Maybe you.
谢谢委员给我们这样子的。
Hey, thank you for giving us a few minutes to share with us some of the issues that we've noticed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So first of all, I think we should come back to the policy formulation process. And obviously, at the time, it was a case of emergency, so some regulations and policies were formulated very quickly. And in that kind of situation, marginalized groups were not included. Their voices were not heard. This is why this kind of one-size-fits-all policy or regulations don't really work or in human rights education. In fact, this kind of one-size-fits-all policy has had a very big impact on marginalized groups. And in terms of right to health, certain groups have been severely impacted. The first one is the mentally ill group. So at the time, the Taiwanese government had a very severe isolation policy. So people who live in mental institutions or people who have to stay in hospital, no visitors were allowed. Not a single visitor was allowed. So that means that they were completely cut off from the outside world. But for people who are mentally ill, it's very important for them to receive support from outside of the institutions. But as they were put in total isolation, many mentally ill people, in fact, faced a lot of difficulties and challenges. Now, mentally ill people who are not institutionalized, the fact that they were not able to get more regular counseling, or the fact that they were being isolated, as far as I know, certain people, especially people who have emotional difficulties, they in fact encountered a lot of challenges. Another thing is the rising incidence of domestic abuse. In order to write our alternative report, we actually interviewed many groups, including Women's Rescue Foundation. And from what they told us, we can see that in situations of isolation, as family members were confined within a very small space because of extra stress, extra pressure, domestic abuse was on the rise. But the thing is, in fact, I think national statistics will tell you that domestic abuse was on the rise. It's just that, of course, it's difficult to say very clearly that this was caused by COVID-19 measures. It's just that from our statistics, we could see that domestic violence was on the rise. Another thing that has to do with the right to health or the damage of such a right is the access to COVID-19 fighting information. Most of the information is provided in a textual form. So for certain people, for example, if they are visually impaired or if they have learning disabilities, or for people who do not use the Chinese language, including the indigenous peoples, if they want to have access to easy to understand information to fight COVID, it's difficult for them. Now in press conferences, people, transcription and also sign language interpreters are being provided. But the information provided in the daily press conference is actually quite difficult. So I think this means that such information is not accessible to everyone. And another issue that we focus on are inmates. So when vaccines were still not enough, over 60,000 inmates were placed last on the list of people who can have access to vaccines, because that somehow says that they are second-rate citizens. So at the time, the Ministry of Justice also cut off the communication between the inmates and their family members. That means that, like the mentally ill people that I mentioned, the inmates were not allowed any contact with people outside of the prison. And of course, the situation now is very different from last year. Last year, because of the total isolation policy, COVID-19 infection in prisons were not very, the number was not very big. But now, many inmates, about 1/3 to half of the prisons, have seen very severe infection rate. And according to our staff, they show pictures to us, but the pictures show that there are no very good quarantine facilities that can separate those who are infected and also those who are not yet vaccinated. So we are very worried that at a time when hospitals now are already under severe strain, if the 51 detention facilities, if there are very severe infection cases, can we really take care of the inmates? I'm doubtful. Another issue that has to do with the right to work is restrictions that are placed on people working in certain professions. So, for example, vaccination is mandatory for them, and I think this can be a violation of informed consent. So these are some of the issues that we have observed over the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for these additional informations and reminders of what you have so well described in the alternative report. Well, this brings us to the end. No, sorry, there is one group that when I called up was not in the room but is now there. And since we still have 5 minutes, I'll give you the floor. Normally, when you are not there, when you are called, that's it. But we will make an exception.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for my lateness. Okay, I'm from New Taipei City Loving and Protecting Minors Association. I'm going to speak about Article 12. Number 1, the states parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Now, according to Taiwan CDC, the number of deaths possibly caused by COVID-19 vaccine adverse reaction reached to 1,471 yesterday, which exceeds the death number caused by COVID positive cases, which was 943, released yesterday by our Central Epidemic Command Center. And in CDC's document states that they do not think the number of current death and adverse reaction cases threaten the safety of the COVID-19 vaccine. However, in order to achieve the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, according to Article 12, number 1, it's necessary for government officials, such as Taiwan CDC and CECC, to responsibly report to the general public the details and health conditions of this death and all other adverse reaction victims possibly caused by COVID-19 vaccines. This information should be available for investigative organizations other than the currently responsible government officials, such as a CDC, Taiwan Drug Relief Foundation, and also Taiwan National Adverse Drug Reaction Reporting System. So what I'm saying is that the other organization should have the right to investigate and to obtain such information. And also the general public should have the right to know as well. We need information to make the best decision possible. In addition, it's incredibly unethical and irresponsible to withhold such information from parents and start the injection for minors, which started on May 5th, I think it was last week. Because the parents, they do need to know everything about the vaccine in order to make the best decision for their children's health. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you also for sticking in the time, although you weren't there and didn't hear my remarks on being on time and in time. Thank you very much indeed. There's one further.
因为我刚刚没有用完5分钟，所以我想要。
Because I didn't use up my 5 minutes time. So I want to add something for National Human Rights Commission in terms of pandemic prevention. What kind of role is they playing? I think our Human Rights Commission is very different from other countries' human commission, like the one in New Zealand. And then you have in New Zealand, the commission members, when they propose pandemic preventive measures, they reminded the government that some measures may violate human rights. So when they provide this kind of measures, they still have to follow the international covenants. However, for our Human Rights Commission, when they learn of the information that some measures may violate human rights, but what they do is that they take the same stance as the government. They feel that the government is doing good enough. So now the Human Rights Commission is not criticizing the government, but they are helping the government in such a chaos, to try to, stand on the same side as the government. They feel that just, after the pandemic is over, and then they can deal with human rights violation. So I think the commission failed to fulfill its role to monitor the government, because any policy of the government shouldn't violate human rights. Thank you.
Very, very short. Have you spoken to or written to the National Human Rights Commission, the new one?
Yes, we reminded them that because for the government's pandemic preventive measures, they made a statement saying that they support all the measures taken by the government. So we made a suggestion to them that they should look at the matters from the human rights perspective, and also to follow OHCHR, to follow their example. So we did remind them.
Very much. Now then, this brings us to the end of 2 very exciting days. And the NGOs, and there were over 100 of them, if I counted correctly, who have made presentation and spoke to us. It was quite tiring, I will admit this as an old man. But for us, it was, as always, instructive and sometimes emotional, but very, very rational as far as the conclusions were concerned. We will definitely take it into account. Don't be disappointed if, in the concluding observation, your particular issue is not coming up. Why is that? Because we are 10 members from two covenants that have to deal. And we have to limit the number of recommendations we make, because if we have too many recommendations, then they just won't be read, or will be slipped over in just 1 or 2 sentences, and that does no one any service. So we have to pick out the most important ones in our view, and based on the information that we got from the government and from you. But without you, we couldn't do our work. And I must say this again, it's always a great pleasure for us all to see you here, and the enormous amount of work you have put into on a voluntary basis, without payment, and just with enthusiasm and dedication. That's the real word, dedication to the work. And for that, I wish to thank you on behalf of all of us, and we look forward to further operation. That said, I cannot close this meeting before I give you the floor. And secondly, but before I do that, I would sincerely like to thank the interpreters, also the sign interpreters, who have worked incessantly, and particularly the interpreters from Chinese into English and English into Chinese. It's an extremely hard work in a very special field, and they have done an excellent job. Although I don't speak Chinese, I got very coherent translations, and I think we ought to thank them very much for that.
我希望下一次哈，这个我们
I hope next time.
台湾有1000。
Well, there are 14.3 million cases which await to be executed. So that's a large number. So please pay attention to that. It's a serious problem.
And our colleagues on the Civil Covenant are doing that, precisely that. And as you see here, if you look in that direction, you see some very well dressed and very active team who have been hired just to help us during this time here, and they've made our job a lot easier. Thank you very much indeed for all you have done. We really appreciate it. And the most interesting thing about that is very often we didn't notice it. We took it for granted, and it's not for granted, because it's an enormous amount of preparation, and they've done an excellent job. And I will tell that at the higher levels when I have the chance. Thank you. And that's it. And with that, I close this meeting and hope to see some of you again when this report is coming up next. Thank you.
好，再次感谢大家的参与。
Thank you very much for your participation. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much.
The last comment. Yes, the last one.
And because the Ministry of Justice has already changed the dollar into euro dollar.
This one was the review fee from the Ministry of Justice.
And this only for 5 days of